Selected essays. On the dynamics of the capitalist economy 1933 to 1970. MICH at Kalecki. Contents. Introduction page VN. Part I. 1. Outline of a theory of the business cycle I. 2. On foreign trade and domestic exports 15. 3. The mechanism of the business upswing 26. 4. A theory of commodity, income, and capital taxation 35. Part 11. 5. Costs and prices 43. 6. Distribution of national income 62. 7. Determinants of profits 78. 8. Determination of national income and consumption 93. 9. Entrepreneurial capital and investment 105. 10. Determinants of investment No. 11. The business cycle 124. Part 3. 12. Political aspects of full employment 138. 13. The problem of effective demand with Tigan Baranovsky and Rosa Luxemburg 146. 14. Class struggle and distribution of national income 156. 15. Trend and the business cycle 165. Statistical appendix to chapters 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 184. Full details on original sources and dates of publication of each chapter are given in the author's introduction, p. 7. £80,202. Publisher's note. Michael Kalecki died on April 17, 1970, before this book went to the printer. We are very grateful for the help of Dr. D. M. Nuddy, who has seen the book through the press. Introduction. This volume of my selected essays includes what I consider my main contributions to the theory of dynamics of the capitalist economy, published over the 37 years 1933-70. In each case the year of publication of the version in question is given, and if there was a different earlier version this date is also added. The book is subdivided into 3 parts. The first part includes 3 papers published in 1933, 1934, and 1935 in Polish before Keynes' general theory appeared, and containing, I believe, its essentials. In addition, in this part the reader will find a short paper on commodity, income, and capital taxation published in the Economic Journal, 1937. The second part consists of chapters excerpted from my Theory of Economic Dynamics, George Allen and Unwin, London, 1954. But in all instances these are final versions of earlier papers or chapters of earlier books. Costs and prices, determinants of investment and the business cycle appeared in their first versions in Studies in Economic Dynamics, George Allen and Unwin, 1943. The basic idea of distribution of national income was presented in Econometrica, 1938. An earlier version of the determinants of profits appeared in the Economic Journal 1942, and the first version of determination of income and consumption can be found in Essays in Economic Fluctuations, George Allen and Unwin, 1939. Entrepreneurial Capital and Investment is a new version of Principle of Increasing Risk published in Economica, 1937. In the third part are included, Political Aspects of Full Employment, published first in the Political Quarterly, 1943, The Problem of Effective Demand with Tigan Baranovsky and Rosa Luxemburg, published in Economista, 1967, The Class Struggle and the Distribution of National Income, published in Kiklos, 1971, and finally Trend and the Business Cycle, published in the Economic Journal, 1968. It is interesting to notice that the theory of effective demand, already clearly formulated in the first papers, remains unchanged in all the relevant writings, as do my views on the distribution of national income. However, there is a continuous search for new solutions in the theory of investment decisions, where even the last paper represents for better or for worse a novel approach. The essays brought together in this volume have in some cases been abbreviated, or slightly adjusted, but in no case substantially supplemented. M. Kalecki. Warsaw. Part I. 1. Outline of a theory of the business cycle. Assumptions. We shall consider a closed economic system, devoid of trends, i.e. one which returns to its original state after each cycle. In addition, we shall make the following assumptions. I. Gross real profits. By gross real profits P we understand the aggregate real income of capitalists including depreciation per unit of time consisting of their consumption and saving. PC plus A. Thus C denotes all goods which are consumed by capitalists and A includes, since we abstract from workers' savings or their capitalist incomes, all goods which are used in the reproduction and expansion of fixed capital as well as the increase in inventories. In the future A will be referred to as gross accumulation. The personal consumption of capitalists is relatively inelastic. Let us assume that C consists of a constant part B0 and a part which is proportionate to gross profits. C equals B0 plus AP, where A is a small constant. From equations and we obtain P equals BQ plus backslash P plus A. P equals BP plus A1A. i.e. the gross real profits P are proportionate to the sum B caret plus A of the constant part of capitalists' consumption B0 and the gross accumulation A. The gross accumulation A is according to the above equal to the sum of the production of investment goods and the increase in inventories. F. For the sake of simplicity we assume that aggregate inventories remain constant throughout the trade cycle. It follows from the above assumptions that the real profits P are proportionate to B0 plus A, where B0 denotes the constant part of the capitalist's consumption, and A the gross accumulation which is equal to the production of investment goods. 2. Investment. We assume that the period of construction F is the same for any investment project. This of course is not in fact the case. -9 should be considered as the average construction period, and our assumption that the construction period is the same for all types of investment must be considered as one of the simplifications introduced in our model. 3 stages should be distinguished in the investment activity: investment orders, i.e. all types of orders for investment goods for the sake of reproduction and expansion of the capital equipment, the volume of which per unit of time will be denoted by I, production of investment goods A, which, according to the above, is equal to the gross accumulation, deliveries of finished equipment per unit of time D%. A theory of the business cycle. The relation between / and D is simple: deliveries D at the time T are equal to the investment orders / placed at the time T, and, thus the curve D is the curve / shifted by the time lag, and I. The relation between the production of investment goods A and investment orders / is somewhat more complicated. The shaded area of the trapezium is equal to the value of orders placed during a period of the length F ending at the time T, and thus equal to the portfolio of orders at the time T, which we shall denote by W. Indeed, since the completing of each order takes the time F, all orders which come within the shaded area have not yet been completed, while all equipment previously ordered has already been installed. Next, production of investment goods is equal to the portfolio of orders W divided by the period of construction. Indeed, if each order is to be completed during the time F, then one of its volume must be completed per unit of time, thus to the portfolio of orders W, there corresponds the production of investment goods W / and. 3:1-2. It follows that A is equal to the shaded area of the trapezium divided by -9. If the upper side of the trapezium were rectilinear, the production of investment goods A would, at the time T, be equal to the median of the trapezium and thus to the investment orders at the time T%, and if the upper side of the trapezium is curvilinear, this will be only approximately true. The production of investment goods at the time T is thus approximately equal to the investment orders at the time Tj9-. Thus the curve A is approximately identical with the curve / shifted by. It should be noticed that the difference ID is equal to the increase of the portfolio of orders per unit of time, while the difference AD is equal to the increase of capital under construction per unit of time. 3. Changes in the volume of capital equipment. Let the volume of capital equipment at a given time be denoted by K. Its change during a given period is equal to the difference between deliveries of new equipment and the volume of productive assets going out OLUs. Denoting the change of the capital equipment K per unit OL time by AK / at, deliveries of new equipment per unit. 4. A theory of the business cycle of time as above by D, and the replacement requirements due to particular productive assets going out of use per unit of time by U, we obtain equals du. We may assume that replacement requirements remain at a constant level in the course of the business cycle. It is true that the volume of capital equipment K shows in fact small fluctuations, and it might seem therefore that in the part I of the cycle, when K is greater than the average, the required replacements are higher than the average as well. However, it should be noticed that in part I the increase in the capital equipment consists of young assets of low mortality, because the life of these assets is known to be considerably longer than the length of one cycle. Thus fluctuations of the replacement requirements can be considered negligible. The constant level of replacement requirements U is equal to the average _D0 of deliveries of new equipment D over one cycle, because we assume that our system is devoid of trends and the volume of capital equipment returns at the end of the cycle to its original size. Furthermore, for the same reason the average over one cycle of investment orders /0, of production of invest 5. Meant goods A0 and of deliveries of new equipment D0 are all equal. We thus obtain U equals I0 equals A0 equals D0. For investment orders as a function of gross profitability and of the rate of interest. The volume of investment orders D at a given time depends on the anticipated net profitability. Thus if entrepreneurs consider investing a capital K in the construction of capital equipment, they will estimate in the first place the anticipated gross profit P. From this we must deduct the depreciation FIC, the interest on capital K amounting to IC, the interest on the future circulating capital which, if its relation to fixed capital K is denoted by Y, amounts to EC. The anticipated profitability of investment in fixed capital K will thus be. The coefficients phi and Y may be considered to remain constant throughout the trade cycle. I is the rate of interest at a given time. The anticipated gross profitability P/K may be estimated from the actual gross profitability of existing plant. We have already denoted the volume of capital equipment at a given time by K and the aggregate gross profit by P, consequently the gross profitability of existing plant is PFK. Thus we may conclude that P/K is estimated on the basis of P/K, and that the investment orders at a given time depend on the gross profitability P/K and on the rate of interest I. It should be added that this is not the investment orders I that should be considered a function of P/K and I, but rather the ratio of / to the volume of capital equipment K, i.e. I/K. Indeed, if P and A increase in the same proportion, P/K will remain unchanged, while / is likely to increase in the same proportion as P and A. Thus we arrive finally at the relation 6. A theory of the business cycle, where F is an increasing function of P/K and a diminishing function of I. It is known that in the course of the trade cycle the rate of interest rises in the upswing and falls in the downswing. When we come to develop our theory, we shall try to explain this connection. At the moment we shall accept it a priori, and on this basis we shall make the following simplifying assumption. The rate of interest I is an increasing function of the gross profitability P/K. From this assumption and the equation it follows that 7/K is a function of P/K. Let us also assume that the rate of interest increases sufficiently slowly in relation to the gross profitability P/K for F to be an increasing function. Since, as was shown above, the gross profit P is proportionate to B0 plus A where B is the constant part of capitalists' consumption and the gross accumulation A is equal to the production of investment goods, P/K is proportionate to /K and the equation may be written as follows. Where CP is an increasing function. Moreover, we assume that CP is a linear function i.e. 7. KMFIO plus A. Kn. The constant m must be positive since Cp is an increasing function. Equation may be written in the form, I equals mb0 plus a, nk. We shall now show that n must be positive. From the equation it follows that m/b plus a, in, j. 7. L representing the orders for goods used for the reproduction and expansion of capital equipment remains always positive. It may, however, possibly approach the zero level. Let us imagine that I falls below the positive value MB0. For values of less than MB0 the expression /k is greater than ma/k, i.e. ma/k will then be less than n. Since, however, the coefficient m is positive, as shown above, and since a and k are also positive, it follows that the coefficient n must be positive. According to equation, in which the coefficient m and n are positive, the volume of investment orders I is an increasing function of the gross accumulation A and a diminishing function of the volume of capital equipment K. The mechanism of the trade cycle. The main conclusions of the argument in the preceding chapter may be stated as follows. The time lag between the placing of investment orders and deliveries of new equipment is f. The curve of deliveries d is shifted from the curve of investment orders / by the time f. The curve of the production of investment goods A is shifted from the curve of investment orders approximately by Jf. In our system the production of investment goods A is equal to the gross accumulation. Deliveries of new fixed assets D lead to an increase in the volume of the capital equipment by du, where U denotes the replacement requirements. U remains constant throughout the trade cycle and its value is equal to the average D0 of deliveries D over a full cycle. D0 is also equal to the average of investment orders 7-0 and the average production of investment goods A0. Investment orders / are an increasing function of the gross accumulation A and a decreasing function of the volume of capital equipment, / equals M and K. 8. A theory of the business cycle. Where M and N are positive coefficients, and B0 is the constant part of capitalists' consumption. 2. These points already enable us to say something about the mechanism of the trade cycle. An increase in investment orders calls forth an increase in the production of investment goods which is equal to the gross accumulation. This in turn causes a further increase in investment activity, as indicated by equation. However, after an interval of time -9 has elapsed from the time when investment orders have exceeded the level of replacement requirements, the volume of capital equipment starts to increase. Initially this restrains the rate at which investment activity is increasing, and at a later stage causes a decline in investment orders. In particular, it is impossible to stabilize investment activity at a level exceeding the replacement requirements. Indeed, if investment orders remain at a constant level, the production of investment goods, which is equal to the gross accumulation, will remain unchanged as well, while capital equipment expands, investment being greater than replacement requirements. Under such conditions, however, investment orders will begin to decrease as indicated by the equation I equals M and K, and the stability of investment activity will be disturbed. During the depression, the process described here is reversed. Investment orders are not sufficient to cover the replacement requirements. This leads to a decrease in the volume of capital equipment and eventually to a resumption of the increase in investment orders. To stabilize investment activity at a level lower than that which provides adequate replacement is as impossible as to stabilize it at a level which exceeds the replacement requirements. 3. We shall now make a detailed examination of the way in which the mechanism of the trade cycle functions. Fig 1.4 shows deviations from the average for investment orders / the production of investment goods equal to the gross accumulation A, deliveries of new equipment D, i.e. the values I/0, AA0, DD0. It should be remembered that the average is 7-0, A0, and 9. D0 are all equal and that they are also equal to the replacement requirements. U conclusion at the beginning of this section shows that the curve A is shifted approximately by caret and the curve D by 9 from the curve /. The ordinate of the curve D is equal to DD0, which, as shown by conclusion, is also equal to the change per unit of time in the volume of capital equipment K. On this basis the curve K can be drawn. The curve K will rise during the period when the ordinate of the curve D is positive, and it will decline when the ordinate of the curve D is negative. By recovery we understand here the phase of the cycle of the length percent during which investment orders exceed the level of replacement requirements. Capital equipment, however, has not yet begun to expand because deliveries of new equipment are as yet lower than the replacement requirements. The production of investment goods A, which is equal to the gross accumulation, increases, but the volume of equipment K is still shrinking, as a result of which investment orders which are equal to M. I capturing a new foreign market is frequently mentioned as a way out of depression. But it is usually not added that what is essential in this context is an increase in the export surplus rather than in absolute exports. In fact, aggregate profits are equal to capitalists' consumption plus investment plus the balance of foreign trade. F profits of a given year were either consumed, invested in construction of capital equipment and in increase in inventories or, finally, were used for repayment of foreign debts or granting of foreign credits. J. In the course of a normal upswing the increase in profits is due to the rise of the component investment. Let us suppose that 8 factories are built each year instead of 5. The real income of the capitalists if other components of profits remain constant increases by the value of these 3 additional factors. The expansion of investment activity must therefore lead to such a rise in aggregate production and in the profit per unit of output that this increase in aggregate profits would materialize. The consequent higher profitability of existing establishments induces a further rise in investment activity which thus enhances the upswing. In order to stimulate the upswing by means of foreign trade, the balance of trade component of profits must increase, i.e. new surplus of exports over imports must be achieved. This surplus, like a boom in investment activity, leads to such a general increase in production and in the profit per unit of output that aggregate profits rise by an amount equal to the increment of the balance of trade. The higher profitability of existing establishments, which results from this, acts as a stimulus to investment activity. The upswing resulting from a new surplus in foreign trade thus leads to a normal boom. But if exports increase and at the same time there is an equal increase in imports, overall profits remain unchanged. International trade is boosted, but production in the country considered does not increase, nor will there be any inducement for expansion of investment activity. If, e.g., Great Britain increases its exports to China, this would lead to an improvement in the British economic situation if China pays for these imports in gold or if she receives a loan from British capitalists which will be ultimately used for the purchase of British goods. The profits of British capitalists will then be increased by the amount equal to the new surplus in trade with China. But if more machines were exported to China, and pro tanto more cotton cloth were imported from China, then the situation in the British machine industry would improve, and the situation in the British cotton industry would deteriorate, while the general economic situation would remain unchanged since the aggregate profits would not have increased. 2. Let us assume that increased exports from a given country do involve a rise in the surplus of foreign trade. The condition for stimulating the upswing is thus fulfilled. An increase in the balance of trade is followed by a rise in production. The latter, however, leads, inter alia, to a greater demand for foreign commodities, especially raw materials, which are an indispensable element of domestic production, and thus to an increase in imports. F. As a result of the price increase accompanying the upswing, imports will increase and exports will slacken, owing to a weakening in the competitive position of the country's products. This factor plays a considerably lesser role than the increased demand for foreign goods resulting from the rise in production. Thus, for the sake of simplicity, we shall not take it into account here. 16. On foreign trade. Let us denote the increase in the balance of trade by 5, the corresponding increase in imports and exports by I&E respectively. Thus we obtain E equals L plus S. This means that exports must increase not only by the increment of the balance of trade but also by an additional amount which would warrant a rise in imports, indispensable for the expansion of production. In other words, only a part of the total increase in exports contributes to the increase in the balance of trade and consequently in aggregate profits. The remainder is used for additional imports necessary for the higher output. We shall now establish the relation between the increments I and 5. As was shown above, the increase in the balance of trade by I raises aggregate profits pro tanto. Let the relative share of profits in the aggregate value of production be AF, thus production will increase by S/OC. Moreover, let the ratio of imports to the value of aggregate production be, then the increase in imports will be I equals J3, thus we obtain EICL. 1. 2. We shall illustrate this process by an example. If some country manages to increase the balance of trade and its total exports increase by 70 MILZL, only a part of this sum raises the balance of trade, while another part is used to cover the imports of goods indispensable for the expansion of production. The proportion between these two parts is the same as that between the relative share of profits in the value of aggregate production, and the ratio of imports to this value. It follows that the increase of the balance of trade amounts to 050 to 5 plus 0 to 270 equals 50 MILZL. Exports rise additionally to 20 MILZL. But imports increase by the same amount, or exports increase by 70 MILZL, imports by 20 MILZL, and the balance rises by 50 MILZL, and the aggregate profits by just as much. 3. If a government borrows from the capitalists at home, spending the proceeds of the loan, e.g. on armaments, payment of doles, or public works, the result is very similar to that of securing a surplus in foreign trade. To the surplus of exports over imports there corresponds here the sale of commodities, used for the purposes mentioned above, armaments, consumer goods for the unemployed, construction materials for public works, and consumer goods for the workers employed in these works. The equivalent of these sales of commodities is the increase in the claims of the capitalists on their government, just as the equivalent of the surplus achieved in foreign trade was the increase of foreign claims or the reduction of foreign debts. And obviously this increase in government debts may absorb profits in the same way as an increase in foreign claims. Consequently, the formula for profits must be modified. In addition to capitalists' consumption, investment, and the balance of trade, they also include domestic exports, equal to the increase of government indebtedness to capitalists. The starting of domestic exports thus stimulates the upswing in the same way as a surplus secured in foreign trade. It is followed by such an increase in production and in the profit per unit of output that a rise in aggregate profits takes place which is equal to these exports. This in turn acts as a stimulus for the expansion of investment activity. Financial processes connected with securing a surplus in foreign trade and with domestic exports are also very similar in character. The analogy is obvious in the case when the capitalists of a given country grant a foreign loan or a loan to their government which is used for purchase of commodities in that country. The capitalists lend money abroad or to their government in return for bonds. Funds obtained by a foreign country or by the government flow back through the purchases of commodities to 18. On foreign trade. The capitalists, if we abstract from workers' savings. As a result, the profits of the capitalist class in a given period increase by an amount equal to the value of the government or foreign bonds received, which is equal in turn to the surplus secured in foreign trade or to domestic exports respectively. A surplus in foreign trade may also be covered by the influx to the country considered of foreign currency or gold rather than by its granting foreign loans. In the case of domestic exports, the analogous process is, as will be shown below, the financing of government expenditure by the central bank. Gold and foreign currency, which are the equivalent of the surplus in foreign trade, will be ultimately exchanged by capitalists for national currency at the central bank or used to repay credits extended to them by this bank. The profits of capitalists will rise in a given period by the amount of the increase in the circulation of notes and of the repayment of credits to the central bank, which is equal to the surplus secured in foreign trade. If domestic exports are financed by discounting treasury bills in the central bank, the notes acquired by the government pass into the hands of capitalists. These notes either remain in circulation or are ultimately used for repayment of credits to the central bank. The profits of capitalists increase in a given period by the sum of the increase in the quantity of money in circulation and of the repayment of credits to the central bank, which sum is equal to the domestic exports. In either case the profits of capitalists are raised by the sum of the increase in the quantity of money in circulation and of the reduction in the central bank credits. The foreign claims of the central bank in the form of gold or foreign currency or its claims on the government in the form of treasury bills increase by the same amount. In this way foreign countries or the government become indebted to the capitalists of a given country through the medium of the central bank to the extent of the surplus secured in foreign trade or of the domestic exports. 19.222. 4. As a result of the stimulation of the upswing through domestic exports, just as in the case of the application of any other device for this purpose, a rise in imports will take place due to the increased demand for foreign goods which are indispensable for home production. Since there was no reason for a simultaneous increase in exports, domestic exports are accompanied by a decrease of the balance of trade. Let us examine the problem in detail with reference to the argument of section 2. We shall denote the increase in imports by I, as above, and the increase in the balance of trade by 5. Since exports are assumed to be unchanged, I equals S, which means that the rise in imports equals the decrease in the balance of trade. We shall denote domestic exports per unit of time by EV. It was shown in the preceding section that as a result of stimulating the upswing by means of domestic exports, the profits of capitalists increase by EV. However, we did not take into account how this affects the balance of foreign trade. If this balance changes by S, then according to the argument in section 1, profits change by as well. Thus the total increase in profits is E1 plus S. And since S equals I here, the increase in profits will amount to E1I, i.e. they will be equal to the difference between domestic exports and the rise in imports as a result of the stimulating effect of domestic exports upon aggregate production. As in section 2, we shall now denote the share of profits in the value of aggregate production by A, thus the value of production will increase by JA. If, moreover, we denote the ratio of imports to the value of aggregate production by slash, the corresponding rise in imports will amount to I equals phi. It follows that this equation is identical with the equation except that instead of the increase in exports E, we have here the domestic. 20. On foreign trade. Exports EV. Like the equation indicates that domestic exports are divided into two parts, E1I and I, bearing the same relation as A to slash. The part XI is equal to the increase in profits and the part I to the rise in imports. But it is here that a fundamental difference arises. Both the increase in foreign exports and the increase in domestic exports lead to a rise in aggregate profits by EI or EXI, but, while part I of the increase in foreign exports actually covers the growth of imports by means of international trade, the part I of domestic exports is equal to the increase in imports only in an arithmetical sense and, of course, is not convertible into imports. This brings out the fact that domestic exports lead to a deterioration in the balance of trade. We can illustrate these processes by an example. Let us assume that the government borrowed in the free market or from the central bank 70 MILZL and spent it on public works. As a result of the increase in production, imports increase by I, which the level of exports remaining unchanged means a reduction in the balance of trade by the same amount. Profits rise by 70 I. This item bears the same proportion to I as the relative share of profits in the value of aggregate production to the ratio of imports to the aggregate production. It follows that the rise in imports, and thus the fall in the balance of trade, amounts to 20 MILZL. This rise in imports will have two results: profits will increase not by 70, but only by 50 MILZL. There will be a deterioration of 20 MILZL. In the balance of trade. 5. It was shown in the preceding section that the starting of domestic exports leads to a fall in the balance of trade. In the balance of payments this can be covered by the influx of foreign capital, the suspension of the servicing of foreign debts, outflow of gold and foreign currency. Since domestic exports raise the average profitability, there will be a tendency for the influx of foreign capital into the country which, how? 21. Is usually offset by the anxieties as to the solvency of the country raised among foreign capitalists by the deterioration of the balance of trade. As foreign investment is not forthcoming, gold and foreign currency begin in fact to flow out of the country. This can still be prevented by suspending the servicing of foreign debts. If, however, domestic exports exceed a certain level, the balance of foreign trade as a result of a substantial rise in production and imports becomes nevertheless negative, and gold or foreign currency start again to flow out of the country. Finally, reserves of foreign currency and gold decline to such an extent that the only way to maintain imports is to try to increase exports through currency devaluation. As a result of devaluation, the prices of domestic products in terms of foreign exchange are reduced, which leads to such an increase in their exports that, despite the unfavorable terms of trade, it is possible to purchase for the proceeds from exports a higher volume of foreign goods. In this way, the imports required for the production, increased as a result of starting the domestic exports, are secured. There is, however, a limit to securing imports in this way. First of all, the reduction of domestic prices in terms of foreign currency is limited, both as to the magnitude and the time it lasts, by a tendency of these prices to rise in terms of the domestic currency. But even if we abstract from this tendency, which can be prevented, e.g. in such a way that no formal devaluation of currency is undertaken but only a general export premium is established, the capacity to secure imports is, nevertheless, limited. Let us suppose that the prices for the products of a given country are reduced n times by currency devaluation, and that, as a result, the volume of exports increases m times. The imports of foreign goods, acquired in exchange for these exports, will thus change in the proportion min. It is obvious that for sufficiently large values of n, the ratio m/n will become less than 1, i.e. for a larger quantity of domestic products a smaller quantity of foreign goods than b. 22. On foreign trade. For the currency devaluation will be obtained. Thus, there is a certain maximum level of imports which can be secured through devaluation. The devaluation of currency beyond this point will lead, not to a rise, but to a fall in the capacity of a given country to import. This also shows that stimulating the upswing by means of domestic exports has a limit. The aggregate production cannot reach such a level that indispensable imports would be greater than the maximum imports obtainable through devaluation. This may, and often will, result in a situation in which the upswing caused by domestic exports will not lead to the full utilization of idle capital equipment because of the deficiency of foreign goods, which are an indispensable complementary factor. The more a given economy depends on imports, and the more difficult it is for this economy to expand its exports through devaluation, the sooner will the upswing engendered by domestic exports reach its peak. It should be added that with progressing devaluation the real income reaches its maximum at an earlier point than production, for a decreasing amount of real income is yielded by a unit of aggregate production, a part of this production being exchanged for foreign goods at deteriorating terms of trade. 6. We concentrated above on the phase of stimulating the upswing by a surplus secured in foreign trade or by domestic exports. The resulting increase in profits induces an expansion of investment activity, and in this way the phase of the natural boom is reached. Thus it is possible then to reduce gradually the domestic exports, slowing down the progress of the upswing without, however, causing a collapse of the boom. If the upswing is stimulated through a rise in the balance of trade, this influence is automatically halted in the period of increasing investment. Indeed, the latter leads to an expansion of production and thus to a rise in imports which is not counterbalanced by an increase in exports. This leads to a deterioration in the balance of trade whose increase had previously stimulated the upswing, and at a certain level of production the difficulties which were discussed in the preceding section may appear. By means of calculations similar to those in sections 2 and 4 of this chapter, it is possible to estimate the level of investment at which a tension in the balance of trade may arise. Let us denote by caret the increase in the balance of trade which caused the upswing. Let us suppose that in the next phase of the upswing investment increased by K, and the previous increase in the balance of trade got lost owing to the increase in imports, i.e. it dropped by R, thus returning to its initial level. Therefore, in the period of expansion of investment, aggregate profits increased because of the rise in the item investment by K, but fell by S as a result of the decline in the item balance of trade. On balance, the increase in profits amounted to Ks. As in sections 2 and 4, let us denote the relative share of profits in the value of aggregate production by A and the ratio of imports to this value by Phi. The increase in the value of production corresponding to the increase in profits by Ks is equal to /Cc, and the corresponding rise in imports to. In this paper we shall consider the effects of commodity taxes, income taxes, and capital taxes on employment, national income and its distribution with capital equipment and money wages given. The first condition confines our analysis to the short period, the second is merely a simplification which can be avoided by measuring the values not in money terms, but in wage units. In addition, we make the following simplifying assumptions: that we are considering a closed economic system with a surplus of all types of labor and equipment, that workers spend all they receive as wages or doles and, thus, that only capitalists save, and that the state budget is balanced, all state expenditure being financed by taxation. We make also in the course of the argument some additional assumptions of more special character. Our argument is divided into 4 stages. In the first stage we briefly consider short-period equilibrium in an economy without taxation and state expenditure, and in the subsequent stages introduce commodity taxes, income taxes, and capital taxes. We assume the commodity tax to be levied only on wage goods and the income tax only on capitalists' income. We shall mean by gross profit from an enterprise the difference between the value of sales and prime costs. It is this quantity which is maximized when the output of the enterprise corresponds to the point of intersection of the marginal prime cost and the marginal revenue curve. National income we shall call the sum of all gross profits and of the wage bill. On the other hand, national income is also the value of total consumption and investment. Since the workers are supposed to consume all they earn, the total gross profit P must be equal to capitalists' consumption Cc plus investment I. P equals Cc plus I. If the sum of the expenditure of capitalists on consumption and investment Cc plus I increases, a shift of the marginal revenue curves takes place, and employment is pushed to the point at which total gross profit P is equal to the increased sum of spending for capitalists' consumption and investment. It is clear that the above equation is equivalent to the equality of savings S and investment / for by subtracting Cc from both sides we attain S equals I. As we see, the total gross profit P is determined by the rate of investment / which is equal to the capitalists' saving S and by their propensity to consume. We make now some plausible assumptions as to these determinants of gross profit. We assume that if some change in basic data occurs, the rate of investment / does not change immediately, because it is the result of previous investment decisions requiring a certain not very short time for completion. The capitalist's propensity to consume is insensitive to the expectations of the change in income, and it is only the actual rise in income which can induce them to raise their standard of living. It follows from these assumptions that the gross profit P equals Cc plus I can be altered by the change of basic conditions. 36. Theory of taxation. Only with a certain time lag, and one which is not very short. For in the meantime the rate of investment / remains unaltered, while the capitalist's propensity to consume is not affected by the expectations of the change in their income. 2. Let us now introduce into our system state expenditure financed by wage goods taxation. The government spends money either for official salaries or for the doles of the unemployed, disabled, etc. The tax is regarded, for the sake of simplicity, as being reckoned ad valorem at a constant rate for all kinds of wage goods. It is obvious that this type of tax constitutes a new kind of prime cost. The national income is now equal to the sum of gross profits, workers' wages, and taxes imposed on wage goods. On the other hand, the national income is equal to the value of total consumption and investment. Now, the workers' wages are equal to the value of their consumption. The sum of taxes is equal to the sum of salaries of officials and doles, which are also totally spent on wage goods. Thus, it is clear that the total gross profit is again equal to the sum of capitalists' consumption and investment. The equation, P equals CC plus I, holds good also for an economy with commodity taxes. Let us now examine what will happen if the rate of taxation on wage goods is increased, say from 3 to 5% and the proceeds of the tax spent on behalf of the unemployed. According to our assumptions made in the preceding paragraph, the rate of investment and the capitalist's propensity to consume will not change immediately upon the introduction of such increased taxes. Hence, the gross profit P equals CC plus I and employment will remain at the old level as at the beginning of the new taxation regime. If, however, employment, and thus the wage bill, has not changed, while the sum of doles has increased by the amount of the new tax revenue, it is clear that the total demand for wage goods has also risen by 2%. But so has also the marginal cost of wage goods, and in this situation it is obvious that the prices of wage goods will be 37. Increased also by 2% while their output has remained unchanged. In this way a new short-period equilibrium is established which differs from the former one only in that the wage goods marginal costs and prices both are increased by 2%. No stimulus exists in this new situation for the change of capitalists' consumption or investment. Thus if the spending of capitalists does not change immediately after the increase of taxation, neither does it change later, nor does gross profit change, since it is equal to the capitalist's spending. It must be added, however, that this is true only under an additional assumption. For though the volume and structure of output have not changed, the nominal value of output has increased. Thus demand for cash is greater, and the rate of interest tends to rise, exerting a depressing influence on investment. We shall assume here that this increase is very small, i.e. that the supply of cash for transactions is elastic. It is easy to see from the above that the change in distribution of national income caused by the increase of wage goods taxation consists chiefly in the shift of purchasing power from workers and officials to the dole receivers. Real wages and state officials' salaries fall in the case considered by 2%, while the real capitalist's consumption is a much smaller proportion, since only a certain not very great percentage of their expenditure is devoted to wage goods. 3. We shall now go a step farther, and introduce into our system taxes on capitalists' incomes. For the sake of simplicity, we suppose that the rate of taxation is a constant percentage. It is obvious that these taxes are not prime costs, but form a part of gross profits. The entrepreneurs continue to maximize the difference between sales and prime costs, e.g. wages, cost of raw materials, commodity taxes, etc. For the greater this differential, the greater the income from the enterprise remaining after the payment of income tax. Theory of taxation. National income can be represented in the same way as before. Gross profits capitalists' consumption. Wages investment. Commodity taxes consumption of wage goods. But now the consumption of wage goods is covered not only by wages and commodity taxes, but also by income taxes. It is evident that gross profit P is now equal to the sum of capitalists' consumption CC, investment 7, and income tax revenue TI. P equals plus 7. And the part of P received by capitalists is equal to CC plus 1. Next we shall consider what happens if the income tax is raised, again for the purpose of dole payments, say from 15 to 25%. According to our assumptions no change of investment and capitalists' consumption will happen in the period immediately succeeding the introduction of the additional tax. Thus, the immediate result of an increased income tax is a rise of gross profit P plus TI because of the rise of 7, employment is pushed to a point at which the gross profit is greater by the amount of the increment of 7 carat. This is not at all surprising, for new state expenditure has taken place, while at no other point was the spending curtailed. But conceivably such is not the final effect, because of the influence of the income tax on the profitability of investment. It is clear that the income tax must raise the rate of interest, otherwise the net reward for lending would be diminished. If, for instance, the rate of interest is initially at 3%, the reward for lending with a 15% income tax will be 2 to 55%, Likewise, it is clear that with the increase of income tax to 25%, the rate of interest rises to 3 to 4%. Now, if the prospective rate of profit of a certain type of investment is initially at 9%, let us say, and the rate of interest at 3%, the entrepreneur planning investment has a differential of 6% before income tax deduction and 39.5% after the deduction of 15% income tax to cover his risk. But at the new level of taxation, the rate of interest is 3 to 4%, and only 5 to 6% remains as net profit and income tax. Further, because of the increase of the income tax, we have now to deduct 25% from that difference, leaving 4 to 2% for net profit, while before the introduction of the increased tax there was a 5 to 1% differential. The difference of 0 to 9% is equal to the charge of new 25%. 15% equals 10% income tax on the 9% prospective rate of profit. There is nothing surprising in this fact, since the lender's reward is not diminished by an increase in the income tax, and therefore the whole burden falls on the entrepreneur planning investment. In this way, this whole burden exerts pressure on the inducement to invest. It would be premature to conclude that this is the final result. One must take into account that in the first period of the new taxation regime the gross profit increased by just the amount of the total new taxes. Thus, if the entrepreneurs expected the future returns to increase by the same amount as the present ones have done, which seems probable, this would be just enough to counterbalance the depressive influence of income tax on the inducement to invest. Thus total income of capitalists remains unaltered. Consequently, the gross profit P equals plus TT, in which the component 7J has risen, is likely to increase, as is employment also. In this way, the chief change resulting from income taxation would be the rise of the demand for wage goods on the part of the unemployed. This raises, of course, not only the output of wage goods, but also their prices, and thus reduces the real consumption of workers employed before the introduction of the new tax. On the other hand, there will be an increase in consumption on the part of new employed workers. What rise? 40. Theory of taxation. In total, real wage bill results, depends, of course, on the elasticity of supply of wage goods. 4. In the last stage of our argument we introduce capital taxation. We may, for example, imagine a tax to be levied on every type of owned capital at the rate of 2% per year. Of course, as with income taxation, it does not constitute a prime cost. Thus, with the help of an argument similar to that applied in the last paragraph, we obtain for the gross profit, the equation, P equals CC plus 1, plus T, where 7, is the total amount of income taxes and TC that of capital taxes. Let us examine the effect of raising the rate of capital tax, the proceeds of which continue to be used for dole payments. Again, according to our assumptions, the investment I and the capitalist's consumption CC remain unaltered immediately after the introduction of the new tax. Thus the first effect of the latter is such an increase of employment that the gross profits P rise by the amount of the increment of TC. Here, however, the course of events does not follow the same path as in the case of income taxation. It is not difficult to see that the increase of the rate of capital taxation does not tend to lower the net profitability of investment or to raise the rate of interest. Indeed, if somebody borrows money and builds a factory, he does not increase his own capital by this action and does not pay a greater capital tax. And if he ventures his own means, he also pays the same tax as he would if he abstained from investment. Thus the net profitability of investment is unaffected by capital taxation. Unlike income tax, the capital tax is not a cost of production in the long run either. In the same way, everybody is ready to lend at the current rate of interest, for whether he lends money or not does not affect the capital tax he pays. Thus we see that the inducement to invest is not weakened by an increase of the rate of capital tax if the expected returns were 4.1. The same as before. But because the gross profit P equals plus TT plus TC has increased under the new taxation regime. These expectations are improved. The inducement to invest is now stronger than before the introduction of the additional taxes. Investment consequently increases and causes a new rise of gross profit P and of employment. Curiously enough, capital taxation not only makes the gross profit rise by the total amount of this taxation, but also the income CC+1, which remains to capitalists after they have paid the taxes, increases significantly. The increase via the real wage bill is higher than in the case of income taxation, due to the stronger rise of employment. It follows from the above that capital taxation is perhaps the best way to stimulate business and reduce unemployment. It has all the merits of financing the state expenditure by borrowing, but is distinguished from borrowing by the advantage of the state not becoming indebted. It is difficult to believe, however, that capital taxation will ever be applied for this purpose on a large scale, for it may seem to undermine the principle of private property, and therefore in this case, as in general, any government which had both the power and the will to remedy the major defects of the capitalist system would have the will and the power to abolish it altogether. 42. Part 2. 5. Costs and prices. Cost-determined and demand-determined prices. Short-term price changes may be classified into two broad groups, those determined mainly by changes in cost of production and those determined mainly by changes in demand. Generally speaking, changes in the prices of finished goods are cost-determined while changes in the prices of raw materials inclusive of primary foodstuffs are demand-determined. The prices of finished goods are affected, of course, by any demand-determined changes in the prices of raw materials, but it is through the channel of costs that this influence is transmitted. It is clear that these two types of price formation arise out of different conditions of supply. The production of finished goods is elastic as a result of existing reserves of productive capacity. When demand increases, it is met mainly by an increase in the volume of production, while prices tend to remain stable. The price changes which do occur result mainly from changes in costs of production. The situation with respect to raw materials is different. The increase in the supply of agricultural products requires a relatively considerable time. This is true, although not to the same extent, with respect to mining. With supply inelastic in short periods, an increase in demand causes a diminution of stocks and a consequent increase in price. This initial price movement may be enhanced by the addition of a speculative element. The commodities in question are normally standardized and are 43. Subject to quotation at commodity exchanges. A primary rise in demand which causes an increase in prices is frequently accompanied by secondary speculative demand. This makes it even more difficult in the short run for production to catch up with demand. The present chapter will be devoted mainly to the study of the formation of cost-determined prices. Price fixing by a firm. Let us consider a firm with a given capital equipment. It is assumed that supply is elastic, i.e. that the firm operates below the point of practical capacity and that the prime costs per unit of output are stable over the relevant range of output. In view of the uncertainties faced in the process of price fixing, it will not be assumed that the firm attempts to maximize its profits in any precise sort of manner. Nevertheless, it will be assumed that the actual level of overheads does not directly influence the determination of price, since the total of overhead costs remains roughly stable as output varies. Thus, the level of output and prices at which the sum of overheads and profits may be supposed to be highest is at the same time the level which may be considered to be most favorable to profits. In fixing the price, the firm takes into consideration its average prime costs and the prices of other firms producing similar products. The firm must make sure that the price does not become too high in relation to prices of other firms, for this would drastically reduce sales, and that the price does not become too low in relation to its average prime cost, for this would drastically reduce the profit margin. Thus, when the price P is determined by the firm in relation to unit prime cost U, care is taken that the ratio of P to the weighted average price of all firms, P does not become too high. If U increases, P can be increased proportionately only if P rises proportionately as well. but \P increases less than U, the firm's price P will also be raised less than U. These conditions are clearly satisfied by the formula P mu plus NP, where both M and N are positive coefficients. We postulate that N1 and this for the following reason. In the case where the price P of the firm considered is equal to the average price P, we have P mu plus NP, from which it follows that N must be less than 1. The coefficients M and N characterizing the price-fixing policy of the firm reflect what may be called the degree of monopoly of the firm's position. Indeed, it is clear that equation describes semi-monopolistic price formation. Elasticity of supply and stability of unit prime costs over the relevant range of output is incompatible with so-called perfect competition. For, if perfect competition were to prevail, the excess of the price P over the unit prime costs U would drive the firm to expand its output up to the point where full capacity is reached. Thus, any firm remaining in the business would work up to capacity, and the price would be pushed up to the level which equilibrates demand and supply. For the analysis of changes in the degree of monopoly, it is convenient to use diagrammatic presentation. Let us divide equation by the unit prime cost U. Pp, M plus nu U. F weighted by the respective outputs and inclusive of the firm in question. 45. This equation is represented in Fig 5.1, where Pju is taken as abscissa and Pju as ordinate, by a straight line of. The inclination of AB is less than 45,0 because N1. The position of this straight line, which is fully determined by M and N, reflects the degree of monopoly. When, as a result of change in M and N, the straight line moves up from the position of AB to that of. Fig 5.1. Changes in the degree of monopoly AB, then to a given average price P and unit prime cost U, there corresponds a higher price P of the firm over the relevant range of P/U. We shall say in this case that the degree of monopoly increases. When, on the other hand, the straight line moves down to the position of B, we shall say that the degree of monopoly diminishes. We may now demonstrate a proposition which is of some importance to our future argument. Let us take into consideration the points of intersection P of the straight lines of AB, AB with the like OK drawn through 0 point at 45,0. It is clear that the higher the degree of monopoly, the larger the 46. Costs and prices. Abscissa of the respective point of intersection. Now this point is determined by the equations equals M plus N and equals U. It follows that the abscissa of the point of intersection is equal to M/. Consequently, a higher degree of monopoly will be reflected in the increase of M/ and conversely. In this section and the subsequent one, the discussion of the influence of the degree of monopoly upon price formation is rather formal in character. The actual reasons for the changes in the degree of monopoly are examined at a later stage. Price formation in an industry. A special case. We may commence the discussion of the determination of average price in an industry by considering a case where the coefficients M and N are the same for all firms, but where their unit prime costs U differ. We have then, on the basis of equation Fc.Iw pi mu I plus Np. P2 equals mu2 plus Np, we obtain P equals mu plus Np. So that P equals U1N. Let us recall that according to the preceding section, the higher the degree of monopoly, the higher is M/. We thus can conclude, the average price P is proportionate to the average. 47. Unit prime cost U if the degree of monopoly is given. If the degree of monopoly increases, P rises in relation to U. It is still important to see in what way a new price equilibrium is reached when the unit prime costs change as a result of changes in prices of raw materials or unit wage costs. Let us denote the new unit prime costs by U1, U2, etc., and the old prices by P. Determinants of the relative share of wages in income. We shall now link the ratio of proceeds to prime costs in an industry, which we discussed in the previous chapter, with the relative share of wages in the value added of that industry. The value added, i.e. the value of products less the cost of materials, is equal to the sum of wages, overheads, and profits. If we denote aggregate wages by W, the aggregate cost of materials by M, and the ratio of aggregate proceeds to aggregate prime cost by K, we have overheads plus profits equals, where the ratio of proceeds to prime costs K is determined, according to the above, by the degree of monopoly. The relative share of wages in the value added of an industry may be represented as CARAD equals W plus. If we denote the ratio of the aggregate cost of materials to the wage bill BYJ, we have WI plus C slash plus I. It follows that the relative share of wages in the value added is determined by the degree of monopoly and by the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill. A similar formula to that established for a single industry can now be written for the manufacturing industry as a whole. 62. Distribution of national income. However, here the ratio of proceeds to prime costs and the ratio of the cost of materials to wages depend also on the importance of particular industries in manufacturing taken as a whole. In order to separate this element, we can proceed as follows. In formula, for K, the ratio of proceeds to prime costs, and for J, the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, we substitute the ratios K and J, adjusted in such a way as to eliminate the effect of changes in the importance of particular industries. Thus we obtain, VO equals I plus X0. The relative share of wages in the value added, VO, obtained in this way will deviate from the actual relative share of wages, W, by an amount which will be due to changes in the industrial composition of value added. Of the parameters in formula, K is determined by the degree of monopoly in manufacturing industries. The problem of determinants of J is somewhat more complicated. Prices of materials are determined by the prices of primary products, by wage costs at the lower stages of production, and by the degree of monopoly at those stages. Thus, roughly speaking, which equals the ratio of unit costs of materials to unit wage costs, is determined by the ratio of prices of primary products to unit wage costs and by the degree of monopoly in manufacturing. F. To summarize, the relative share of wages in the value added of manufacturing is determined, apart from the industrial composition of the value added, by the degree of monopoly and by the ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs. A rise in the degree of monopoly or in raw material prices in relation to unit wage costs causes a fall of the relative share of wages in the value added. It should be recalled in this connection that as distinguished from prices of finished goods, prices of raw materials are demand determined. The ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs depends on the demand for raw materials, as determined by the level of economic activity, in relation to their supply, which is inelastic in the short run. We can now consider in much the same way as above a group of industries broader than manufacturing where the pattern of price formation may be assumed to be similar, namely manufacturing, construction, transportation and services. For this group as a whole, the relative share of wages in the aggregate value added will decrease with an increase in the degree of monopoly or an increase in the ratio of prices of primary products to unit wage costs. The result will also be affected, of course, by changes in the industrial composition of the value added of the group. It may now be shown that this theorem can be generalized to cover the relative share of wages in the gross national income of the private sector. In addition to the sectors of the economy accounted for above, we have still to consider agriculture and mining, communications and public utilities, trade, real estate and finance. In agriculture and mining, the products are raw materials, and the relative share of wages in the value added depends mainly on the ratio of prices of the raw materials produced to their unit wage costs. In the remaining sectors, the relative share of wages in the value added is negligible. It will thus be seen that, broadly speaking, the degree of monopoly, the ratio of prices of raw materials to unit wage costs and industrial composition, are the determinants of the relative share of wages in the gross income of the private sector. Distribution of national income. Long-run and short-run changes. In the distribution of income, the long-run changes in the relative share of wages, whether in the value added of an industrial group such as manufacturing or in the gross income of all the private sector, are, according to the above, determined by long-run trends in the degree of monopoly, in the prices of raw materials in relation to unit wage costs, and in industrial composition. The degree of monopoly has a general tendency to increase in the long run and thus to depress the relative share of wages in income, although, as we have seen above, this tendency is much stronger in some periods than in others. It is difficult, however, to generalize about the relation of raw material prices to unit wage costs or about industrial composition. No a priori statement is therefore possible as to the long-run trend of the relative share of wages in income. As we shall see in the next section, the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing declined considerably after 1880, whereas in the United Kingdom wages maintained their share in the national income from the 80s to 1924, showing long run-ups and downs in the intervening period. It is possible to say something more specific about changes in the relative share of wages in income in the course of the business cycle. We have found that the degree of monopoly is likely to increase somewhat during depressions. Prices of raw materials fall in the slump in relation to wages. The former influence tends to reduce the relative share of wages in income and the latter to increase it. Finally, changes in industrial composition during a depression affect the relative share of wages adversely. Indeed, these changes are dominated by a reduction of investment in relation to other activities, and the relative share of wages in the income of investment goods industries is generally higher than in other industries. The net effect of changes in these three factors upon the relative share of wages in income, of which the first and the third are negative and the second positive, appears to be small. Thus, the relative share of wages, whether in the value added of an industrial group or in the gross income of the private sector as a whole, does not seem to show marked cyclical fluctuations. The above may be illustrated by an analysis of the long-run changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing and in the national income of the United Kingdom, by an analysis of changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing during the Great Depression, and by an analysis of changes during the same period in the relative share of wages in the national income of the United States and the United Kingdom. Long-run changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing and in the national income of the United Kingdom. The long-run changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing are analyzed in Table 6.1. In the first two columns, K and J are given, i.e. the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs and the adjusted ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill. I from these two series W, the adjusted relative share of wages in the value added, is derived by employing formula. Finally, the actual relative share of wages in the value added is given. The changes in the difference WW indicate the influence of changes in the industrial composition of value added. Distribution of national income. Table 6.1 Relative share of wages in value added in manufacturing in the United States, I8YG. Ratio of proceeds, ratio of materials, share of wages to prime costs, bill to wage bill in value added. Assuming stable industrial composition. Original data year KRWU 1879 124 0355 47 to 847 to 8 1889 13 UO 297 44 to 844 to 6 1899 133 to 3 337 40 to 740 to 7 I9 J4 I3 I4 341 4 I9 42 923 132 to 7 292 43 to 84 I3 929 139 to 631 138 to 136 to 2 1937 136 to 3 298 40 to 938 to 6. Source: United States Census of Manufactures. It appears that W, the actual relative share of wages in the value added, suffered a considerable though not quite continuous fall over the period considered. This fall resulted mainly from the increase in the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs, K, which in our interpretation reflects a rise in the degree of monopoly. The adjusted ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, J, tended to fall rather than to rise, and thus in general its changes mitigated the decline in W. Finally, the effect of changes in industrial composition was to reduce the actual relative share of wages in the value added W, indeed, the latter fell more than its adjusted value W. No data exist with respect to the relative share of wages in the national income of the United States over a long period. Such data, however, are available for the United Kingdom. In Table 6.2, the relative share of wages in the national home-produced income F of the United Kingdom is given. The table includes in addition the ratio of the Sauerbeck index of wholesale prices to the index of wage rates, which can be taken as an approximate indicator of changes in the ratio of prices of raw materials to unit wage costs. Although the Sauerbeck index is a general index of wholesale prices, it is based mainly on prices of raw materials and semi-manufactures. It is true that the Table 6.2 relative share of wages in the home-produced national income of the United Kingdom, 1881 to 1924. Period. Relative share of wages. Ratio of Sauerbeck index of wholesale prices to index of wage rates. 1881 to 1885 40 to 093 to 6 1886 to 1890 40 to 5808 1891 to 1895 417 73 feet 5 inches 1896 to 1900 407 70 to 6 1901 to 1905 39 to 872 to 4 1906 to 1910 37 feet 9 inches 78 to 3 1911 1913 37 I 82 to 1 1924 40 to 669 to 6. Index of wage rates rises more quickly than the index of wage costs, due to the secular increase in productivity, and thus a decreasing trend is involved in our indicator of the ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs. However, this trend is likely to be slow, especially since the wage rate index is partly based on piece rates. It is therefore very likely that the ratio of prices of raw materials to wage costs fell from 1,881 to 5 to 1,891 to 5, as did the indicator. It certainly rose from 1896 to 1900 to 1911 to 13, and it fell again from 1911 to 13 to 1924. Distribution of national income. The movement of the relative share of labor in the national income may be plausibly interpreted in the following way. While there was a long-run rise in the degree of monopoly, its influence was largely offset by the fall in the ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs from 1,881 to 5 to 1,891 to 5. The influence of the degree of monopoly was reinforced by the rise of the ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs in the period 1896-1900 to 1911-13, and finally more than offset by a fall in this ratio from 1911 to 13 to 1924. Thus, the fact that the relative share of wages in the national income was about the same in 1924 as in 1881 to 5, would be, according to this interpretation, the result of the accidental balancing of the influence of changes in the degree of monopoly and changes in the ratio of raw material prices to unit wage costs. Unfortunately, this interpretation cannot be considered conclusive because of the possible influence of changes in the industrial composition of national income. Changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing. During the Great Depression. In Table 6.3, changes in the relative share of wages in the value added of United States manufacturing during the Great Depression are analyzed by employing the same method as that used for the analysis of long-run changes. The table contains the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs K, and the adjusted ratio of the material bill to the wage bill J. From K and / is calculated W, the adjusted relative share of wages in the value added by means of formula. Finally, the actual relative share of wages in the value added, W, is given. The changes in the difference WW reflect the effect of changes in industrial composition. If we abstract tentatively from the influence of changes in industrial composition, and thus take into consideration only Kj and W, the following picture emerges. From 1929 to 1933. 69. Table 6.3 Relative share of wages in value added in manufacturing in the United States, IG to GJ. Ratio of proceeds, ratio of share of wages to prime costs, materials bill in value added to wage bill. Assuming stable industrial composition, original data year KJV/W. 9 to 9 139 to 4 346 36 to 2 36 to 2 931 142 to 2 307 36 to 8 35 to 7 933 142 to 3 312 36 to 4 35 0 1935 136 to 7 3 H 39 to 7 37 feet 9 inches 1937 136 to 6 33 138 to 8 38 to 6. The ratio of proceeds to prime costs, K, increases, reflecting the rise in the degree of monopoly during a depression. However, at the same time, the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill declines as a result of the fall, typical for a slump, in the prices of raw materials in relation to wages. The influence of these two factors upon the relative share of wages in the value added, W, is in opposite directions. As W was stable from 1929 to 933, it appears that these two factors were in balance. From J933 to 1937, THE adjusted relative share of the wages in the value added, W, increased as a result of the fall in the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs, K, which was not offset by the rise in the adjusted ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, J. This situation reflects the relatively great reduction in the degree of monopoly in the recovery resulting from the increased power of trade unions. The long-run tendency for prices of raw materials to fall relative to wage costs, which is reflected in the fact that J did not recover in 1937 to its 1929 level, was a contributory factor. As to the difference between the actual and adjusted RELA. 70. Distribution of national income. TIF share of wages in the value added, WW. It appears that it fell in the depression. This is mainly due to the greater decline in production of investment goods than in total manufacturing production during the slump. Indeed, the relative share of wages in the value added is higher for these goods than for manufactured goods as a whole, and thus the reduction in the importance of the output of investment goods during a depression tends to reduce the relative share of wages in the value added of manufacturing as a whole. It is of some interest to establish the weight of the three factors considered above in determining the movement of the relative share of wages in the value added during the course of the cycle. For this purpose we may calculate from the formula what the value of W would be in 1933 if only the ratio of proceeds to prime costs changed while the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill remained at its 1929 level. The result is 34 to 6%. This figure, together with the value of W in 1929 and 1933 and the value of W in 1933, enables us to construct Table 6.4. Table 6.4. Analysis of changes in the relative share of wages in value added in manufacturing in the United States from IG2G to LGGG. Item relevant years. Proceeds prime costs 1929 1933 1933 1933. Materials bill wage bill 1929 1929 1933 1933. Industrial composition 1929 1929 1929 1933. Relative share of wages in 36 to 4 value added 36 to 2 34 to 6 35 0 difference. Theory of profits in a simplified model. We may consider first the determinants of profits in a closed economy in which both government expenditure and taxation are negligible. Gross national product will thus be equal to the sum of gross investment and consumption. The value of gross national product will be divided between workers and capitalists, virtually nothing being paid in taxes. The income of workers consists of wages and salaries. The income of capitalists or gross profits includes depreciation and undistributed profits, dividends, and withdrawals from unincorporated business, rent and interest. We thus have the following balance sheet of the gross national product, in which we distinguish between capitalists' consumption and workers' consumption. Gross profits. Wages and salaries. Gross investment. Capitalists' consumption. Workers' consumption. Gross national product. Gross national product. If we make the additional assumption that workers do not save, then the workers' consumption is equal to their income. It follows directly then. Gross profits equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption. What is the significance of this equation? Does it mean that profits in a given period determine capitalists' consumption and investment, or the reverse of this? The answer to this question depends on which of these items is directly subject to the decisions of capitalists. Now, it is clear that capitalists may 78. Determinants of profits. Decide to consume and to invest more in a given period than in the preceding one, but they cannot decide to earn more. It is, therefore, their investment and consumption decisions which determine profits, and not vice versa. If the period which we consider is short, we may say that the capitalist's investment and consumption are determined by decisions shaped in the past. For the execution of investment orders takes a certain time, and capitalists' consumption responds to changes in the factors which influence it only with a certain delay. If capitalists always decided to consume and to invest in a given period what they had earned in the preceding period, the profits in the given period would be equal to those in the preceding one. In such a case profits would remain stationary, and the problem of interpreting the above equation would lose its importance. But such is not the case. Although profits in the preceding period are one of the important determinants of capitalists' consumption and investment, capitalists in general do not decide to consume and invest in a given period precisely what they have earned in the preceding one. This explains why profits are not stationary, but fluctuate in time. The above argument requires certain qualifications. Past investment decisions may not fully determine the volume of investment in a given period, owing to unexpected accumulation or running down of stocks. The importance of this factor, however, seems to have been frequently exaggerated. A second qualification arises out of the fact that consumption and investment decisions will usually be made in real terms, and in the meantime prices may change. For instance, a piece of ordered capital equipment may now cost more than at the time when the order was given. To get over this difficulty, both sides of the equation will be assumed to be calculated at constant prices. We may now conclude that the real gross profits in a given short period are determined by decisions of capitalists with respect to their consumption and investment shaped in the past. 79. Subject to correction for unexpected changes in the volume of stocks. For the understanding of the problems considered, it is useful to present the above from a somewhat different angle. Imagine that following the Marxian schemes of reproduction we subdivide all the economy into three departments: Department I producing investment goods, Department 2 producing consumption goods for capitalists, and Department 3 producing consumption goods for workers. The capitalists in Department 3, after having sold to workers the amount of consumption goods corresponding to their wages, will still have left a surplus of consumption goods which will be the equivalent of their profits. These goods will be sold to the workers of Department I and Department 2, and as the workers do not save, it will be equal to their incomes. Thus, total profits will be equal to the sum of profits in Department I, profits in Department 2, and wages in these two departments, or, total profits will be equal to the value of production of these two departments, in other words, to the value of production of investment goods and consumption goods for capitalists. The production of Department I and Department 2 will also determine the production of Department 3 if the distribution between profits and wages in all departments is given. The production of Department 3 will be pushed up to the point where profits earned out of that production will be equal to the wages of Departments I and 2. Or, to put it differently, employment and production of Department 3 will be pushed up to the point where the surplus of this production over what the workers of this department buy with their wages is equal to the wages of Departments I and II. The above clarifies the role of the distribution factors, i.e. factors determining the distribution of income in the theory of profits. Given that profits are determined by capitalists' consumption and investment, it is the workers' income which is determined by the distribution factors. In this way, 80. Determinants of profits. Capitalists' consumption and investment conjointly with the distribution factors determine the workers' consumption and consequently the national output and employment. The national output will be pushed up to the point where profits carved out of it in accordance with the distribution factors are equal to the sum of capitalists' consumption and investment. The general case. We may now pass from our simplified model to the real situation where the economy is not a closed system and where government expenditure and taxation are not negligible. The gross national product is then equal to the sum of gross investment, consumption, government expenditure on goods and services, and the surplus of exports over imports. Since the total value of production is divided between capitalists and workers or paid in taxes, the value of gross national product on the income side will be equal to gross profits net of taxes, wages, and salaries net of taxes, plus all taxes direct and indirect. We thus have the following balance sheet of the gross national product. Gross profits net of taxes. Wages and salaries net of taxes. Taxes. Gross national product. Gross investment. Export surplus. Government expenditure on goods and services. Capitalists' consumption. Workers' consumption. Gross national product. Part of the taxes are spent on transfers such as social benefits, while the remaining part serves to finance government expenditure on goods and services. Let us subtract from both sides of the balance sheet, taxes minus transfers. On the income side the item taxes will disappear and we shall add transfers to wages and salaries. On the other side, the difference between government expenditure on goods and services and taxes minus transfers will be equal to the budget deficit. Thus, the balance sheet will be as follows. Gross profits net of taxes. Wages, salaries, and transfers net of taxes. Gross national products minus taxes plus transfers. Gross investment. Export surplus. Budget deficit. Capitalists' consumption. Workers' consumption. Gross national product minus taxes plus transfers. By subtracting now from both sides wages, salaries, and transfers net of taxes, we obtain the following equation. Gross investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit workers' saving plus capitalists' consumption. Thus, this equation differs from the equation of the simplified model in that instead of investment we have now investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit minus workers' saving. It is clear, however, that our previous relationship still obtains if we assume that both the budget and foreign trade are balanced and that the workers do not save, that is, gross profits after tax equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption. Even if these assumptions are made, the system is much more realistic than in the first simplified model and all of the arguments of the previous section still apply. It has to be remembered, however, that we are dealing now with profits after tax, while in the first simplified model the problem did not arise because taxes were assumed to be negligible. 82. Determinants of profits. Savings and investment. Let us subtract on both sides of the general equation for profits capitalists' consumption and add workers' savings. We obtain capitalists' gross savings gross investment. Workers' savings export surplus. Budget deficit. Total gross savings total gross savings. Thus, total savings are equal to the sum of private investment, export surplus, and budget deficit, while capitalist savings are, of course, equal to the sum minus workers' savings. If we now assume that both foreign trade and the government budget are balanced we obtain gross savings equals gross investment. If we assume, moreover, that workers do not save we have Capitalists' gross savings equals gross investment. This equation is equivalent to gross profits equals gross investment plus capitalists' consumption. Because it may be obtained from the latter equation by the deduction of capitalists' consumption from both sides. It should be emphasized that the equality between savings and investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit in the general case or investment alone in the special case will be valid under all circumstances. In particular, it will be independent of the level of the rate of interest which was customarily considered in economic theory to be the factor equilibrating the demand for and supply of new capital. In the present conception, investment, once carried out, automatically provides the savings necessary to finance it. Indeed, in our simplified model, profits in a given period are the direct outcome of capitalists' consumption and investment in that period. Investment increases by a certain amount, savings out OL profits are pro tanto higher. 83.622. To put it in a more concrete fashion, if some capitalists increase their investment by using for this purpose their liquid reserves, the profits of other capitalists will rise pro tanto and thus the liquid reserves invested will pass into the possession of the latter. If additional investment is financed by bank credit, the spending of the amounts in question will cause equal amounts of saved profits to accumulate as bank deposits. The investing capitalists will thus find it possible to float bonds to the same extent and thus to repay the bank credits. One important consequence of the above is that the rate of interest cannot be determined by the demand for and supply of new capital because investment finances itself. The factors determining the level of the rate of interest are discussed in Part 3 below. The effect of the export surplus and budget deficit. In what follows we shall frequently assume a balanced government budget and balanced foreign trade, as well as zero workers' savings, which will enable us to base our argument on the equality between profits after taxes and the sum of gross investment and capitalists' consumption. It is useful, however, to say a few words now about the significance of the influence of the export surplus and the budget deficit on profits. According to the formula established above, profits are equal to investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit minus workers' savings plus capitalists' consumption. It follows directly that an increase in the export surplus will raise profits pro tanto if other components are unchanged. The mechanism involved is the same as that described on p80. The value of an increment in the production of the export sector will be accounted for by the increase in profits and wages of that sector. The wages, however, will be spent on consumption goods. Thus, production OL consumption goods for workers will be expanded up to the 84. Determinants of profits. Point where profits out of this production will increase by the amount of additional wages in the export sector. J. It follows directly from the above that the export surplus enables profits to increase above that level which would be determined by capitalists' investment and consumption. It is from this point of view that the fight for foreign markets may be viewed. The capitalists of a country which manages to capture foreign markets from other countries are able to increase their profits at the expense of the capitalists of the other countries. Similarly, a colonial metropolis may achieve an export surplus through investment in its dependencies. A budget deficit has an effect similar to that of an export surplus. It also permits profits to increase above the level determined by private investment and capitalists' consumption. In a sense, the budget deficit can be considered as an artificial export surplus. In the case of the export surplus, a country receives more for its exports than it pays for its imports. In the case of the budget deficit, the private sector of the economy receives more from government expenditure than it pays in taxes. The counterpart of the export surplus is an increase in the indebtedness of the foreign countries towards the country considered. The counterpart of the budget deficit is an increase in the indebtedness of the government towards the private sector. Both of these surpluses of receipts over payments generate profits in the same way. The above shows clearly the significance of external markets for a capitalist economy. Without such markets, profits are conditioned by the ability of capitalists to consume or to undertake capital investment. It is the export surplus and the budget deficit which enable the capitalists to make profits over and above their own purchases of goods and services. The connection between external profits and imperialism is obvious. The fight for the division of existing foreign markets and the expansion of colonial empires, which provide new opportunities for export of capital associated with export of goods, can be viewed as a drive for export surplus, the classical source of external profits. Armaments and wars, usually financed by budget deficits, are also a source of this kind of profits. Profits and investment under simplifying assumptions. It was noted above that capitalists' investment and consumption are determined by decisions shaped in the past. The determinants of investment decisions, which are rather complex in character, are considered in Chapter 10 below. We shall deal here with the determination of capitalists' consumption. We may make the following assumption, which is plausible as a first approximation, about the real capitalist's consumption in a given year, ct, that it consists of a stable part A and a part proportionate to PT_A, the real profits after tax of some time ago, that is, Q. Where A indicates the delay of the reaction of capitalists' consumption to the change in their current income, Q is positive and 1 because capitalists tend to consume only a part of the increment in income. In fact, this part is likely to be rather small so that Q is probably considerably less than 1. Finally, A is a constant in the short run although subject to long-run changes. We shall assume for the time being that foreign trade and the government budget are balanced and that workers do not save. In this case profits after tax P are equal to the sum of 86. Determinants of profits. Investment I and capitalists' consumption C. P equals I plus C. Substituting the value of C from equation we obtain PTH plus Q PTA plus caret. It follows that real profits at time t are determined by current investment and profits at the time ta profits at the time ta will be in turn determined by investment at that time and by profits at the time t2a, and so on. It is thus clear that profits at time t are a linear function of investment at time t, ta, t2a, etc., and that the coefficients of investment it underscore a, it underscore 2a, etc., in this relation will be 1, q, q2, etc., respectively. Now q, as said above, is less than 1 and probably considerably less than 1. Thus the series of coefficients 1, q, q2. Will be quickly decreasing and consequently among it underscore x, slash t underscore 2a, only those relatively near in time will count in the determination of profits, pt. Profits will thus be a function both of current investment and of investment in the near past, or, roughly speaking, profits follow investment with a time lag. We can thus write as an approximate equation P equals mj, where a is the time lag involved. The shape of the function slash can be determined as follows. Let us go back for a moment to equation and substitute for P its value from equation F plus A. This equation should be fulfilled whatever the course in time of investment it. Thus, it should cover inter alia the case where investment is maintained for some time at a stable level so that we have it equals it underscore w, h co x. It follows. As this equality is fulfilled for any level of it, it gives us the shape of the function slash. We thus can write the equation as pt equals ha plus caret lq. The significance of equation is in that it reduces the number of determinants of profits from 2 to 1 as a result of taking into consideration the dependence of capitalists' consumption on past profits as given by equation. Profits according to equation are determined fully by investment with a certain time lag being involved. Moreover, investment depends on investment decisions still farther back in time. It follows that profits are determined by past investment decisions. The interpretation of equation may give rise to certain difficulties. Under the given assumptions that foreign trade and the government budget are balanced and that workers do not save, investment is equal to capitalist savings. It thus follows directly from equation that capitalist savings lead profits. This result may appear paradoxical. Common sense would suggest the opposite sequence, namely, that savings are determined by profits. This, however, is not the case. Capitalists' consumption in a certain period is the result of their decisions based on past profits. Since profits usually change in the meantime, actual savings do not correspond to the intended disposition of income. Indeed, actual savings which are equal to investment will lead profits as shown by equation. How this happens may be illustrated by the following example. Imagine that for some time both investment and thus savings and also profits are constant. Imagine that there is a sudden increase in investment. Savings will increase immediately together with investment, and profits will rise by the same amount. However, capitalists' consumption will rise only after some time as a result of this primary increase in profits. Thus, profits will still be increasing after the rise in investment and savings has already come to a stop. 88. Determinants of profits. The general case. How will equation change if we do not postulate that foreign trade and the government budget are balanced and that workers' savings are zero? If we denote the sum of private investment, export surplus, and budget deficit by slash, workers' savings by S and capitalists' consumption as above by C, we have for profits the equation RS plus C. It will be seen that for this general case equation will be modified to R, it VSTU plus a PT equals IQ. Indeed, the formula was obtained from the relation between capitalists' consumption and profits and from the assumption that investment slash is equal to the difference between profits and capitalists' consumption. Thus, when this difference is equal to slash 5, it is this item that should replace slash in formula. Equation may be replaced by a simpler although approximate formula. It should be remembered that total savings are equal to the sum of investment, export surplus, and budget deficit, slash. Further, although in general workers' savings, S, are not equal to zero, their level and absolute changes are small as compared with total savings. Moreover, S must show in the course of the business cycle a pronounced correlation with total savings. Thus, IS must be closely correlated with slash. We have consequently as a good approximation. PT equals, where the change of parameters from Q to Q and from A to A reflects the replacement of slash caret ST underscore W by a linear function of 89. ITW. It should be remembered that Q is a coefficient indicating what part of an increment in profit will be devoted to consumption, while the constant A is that part of capitalists' consumption which is stable in the short run although subject to long-run changes, Q, and A reflect in addition the relation of workers' savings to total savings which are equal to slash. The formula is superior to formula in that it may be illustrated statistically. This is virtually impossible because no statistical data about workers' savings, J, are available. Statistical illustration. We shall apply equation to the United States data for the period 1929 to 40. The real values of gross profits after tax, and of slash are given in Table 7.1. The meaning of slash is slightly. Table 7.1 Determination of profits in the United States, IQ2G40. Gross private investment. Year. Gross profits after taxes. PT. Plus export surplus plus budget deficit plus brokerage fees K1, I. Calculated gross profits after taxes. 9 to 9:33 to 7:14 to 3 feet 7 inches 33 to 2 19:30 28 to 5:10 to 2 I 1 2 29 to 6 I 9 3 I 24 to 5 5 feet 5 inches 6 to 7 23 to 3 9:30 to 18 to 3 3 to 2 3 to 8 19 to 2 9:33 17 to 6 3 feet 4 inches 3 feet 3 inches 18 to 2 J 9:34 24 6 05 feet 3 inches 20 to 6 9:35 24 to 4 8 to 4 7 to 8 23 to 7 9:36 26 to 8 11 asterisk 6 I08 27 to 5 9:37 27 to 9 I08 I06 26 to 9 938.26 to 29209525 to 2. 939.28 to 112 to 911 928 to 2940 31 to 0. Determinants of profits. Modified as compared with its basic concept. In addition to gross investment, export surplus, and budget deficit, it here includes brokerage fees. In the United States statistics these are included in consumption. However, as this is a typical capital expenditure which is not closely related to income, it is proper here to consider it on a PAR with investment. As a deflator for both series, the price index implicit in the deflation of gross national product of the private sector is used. F before establishing the correlation between P and / it was necessary to determine the time lag, co. This was complicated by the fact that some trend also appeared to be involved in the relation between P, and in order to circumvent this difficulty, the trend was approximately eliminated by taking into consideration the first differences AP and A/. From correlating these differences it appeared that the best fit is obtained for a time lag of about 3 months. In view of this, P was correlated with IE with / shifted 3 months back by means of interpolation. Thus, IT_ plus or minus was obtained by taking 3/4 of / in a given year and 1/4 of 7 in the preceding year. To allow for trend, a double correlation was established of P with I __ and the time t. The regression equation is PT equals 1-347 plus 13-4-0-13 *. The value of profits calculated from this equation are given for comparison with actual profits in table JI. The correlation is very close. The double correlation coefficient is 0 to 986. If there were no saving out of wages and salaries, the coefficient of 7 would be equal 1/ in equation. In this case we should have for Q, which is the coefficient indicating what part of an increment of profits will be directed to consumption. ZTQ equals 3/4, Q equals 0 feet 2 inches 5. This would mean that only 25% of additional profits would be devoted to consumption and 75% to savings. Actually, the coefficient Q will be larger, because part of savings comes from labor income. However, Q is unlikely to exceed 30% or by very much. The trend coefficient is negative, which is probably mainly accounted for by the fact that, as a result of the Great Depression, profits in the 30s were much lower than profits in the preceding decade, and that this long-run fall in profits could have caused a decline in the constant, A, during the period considered. In other words, capitalist standard of living was declining as a result of the long-run slump in profits. 92. 8. Determination of national income and consumption. Introduction. In Chapter 6 the relative share of wages and salaries in the national income was investigated, and in the last chapter the relationship between profits and the sum of investment, export surplus, and budget deficit was established. The combination of the results of these two inquiries will enable us to establish a relation between the national income and I. Thus, in the special case where foreign trade and the government budget are balanced, the national income will be related to investment I. The formula for the relative share of wages and salaries in the gross income of the private sector established in Chapter 6 is as follows: VBYA plus F, where V is the real wage and salary bill, and Y is the real gross income of the private sector. The coefficient A is positive and 1, and the constant B, which is subject to long-run changes, is also positive. The difference between 7 and V is gross profits before taxes N. We thus have YTTB, A plus dash equals, or 7 equals 7T plus B. 93. 1a. For an understanding of the subsequent discussion, a few words should be added about the difference between the gross national product and the gross income of the private sector, Y. The difference between the gross national product and the gross private product is accounted for by the government product as measured by payments to government employees. The difference between the value of gross private product and the gross income of the private sector, Y, is accounted for by indirect taxes which are included in the value of the private product, F. Thus, the difference between gross national product and the gross income of the private sector consists of payments to government employees and indirect taxes. National product, profits, and investment. In a simplified model, we shall discuss the problem of determination of national product or income first with respect to the simplified model considered at the beginning of Chapter 7. We assumed there a closed system and a negligible government revenue and expenditure. As a result, gross national product is equal to the sum of private investment and consumption. We also abstracted from workers' savings. For such a model, as we have seen, formula relating profits after taxes, P, to investment, I, is valid. N equals I plus or minus RF. Where 1 QO and AO. Since tax revenue is negligible, profits before and after tax may be taken as identical. Gross national product and gross private income of the private sector, 7, may also be taken as identical since both payments to government employees and indirect taxation are negligible. We thus have the following equations for the determination of national income. Gross national product, PNYT equals D plus or minus D. TIOI. PT equals HW plus ALQ. It is clear that the gross income or product, YT, is fully determined by investment, IT_0J. Since equation reflects the factors determining the distribution of national income, we can also say, the gross income, YT, is pushed up to a point at which profits out of it, as determined by the distribution factors, correspond to the level of investment 7T_W. The role of the distribution factors is thus to determine income or product on the basis of profits which are in turn determined by investment. The mechanism of such determination of income has already been described in Chapter 7. It follows directly that changes in the distribution of income occur not by way of a change in profits, P, but through a change in gross income or product, 7. Imagine, for instance, that as a result of the increase in the degree of monopoly the relative share of profits in the gross income rises. Profits will remain unchanged because they continue to be determined by investment which depends on past investment decisions, but the real wages and salaries and the gross income or product will fall. The level of income or product will decline to the point at which the higher relative share of profits yields the same absolute level of profits. In our equations it will be reflected as follows: the increase in the degree of monopoly will cause a fall of the coefficient, A. As a result, a lower level of income or product, YT, will correspond to a given level of investment, IT_W. Changes in investment and consumption. In a simplified model, given the relations between profits and investment and gross income and profits, as expressed by equations, and any change in investment causes a definite change in income. A rise in investment by A causes with a time lag a rise in profits by ATAP equals 1Q. Moreover, a rise in profits by AP causes a rise in the gross income or product by *YT equals AR. 1A. Or A equals AZTOJ. It should be remembered that Q is the coefficient indicating that part of AP, an increment of profits, which will be devoted to consumption, and that CC is the coefficient indicating that part of *5 increment in the gross income, which goes to wages and salaries. Both 1, Q and 1, are AIT_U. In other words, gross income or product increases more than investment owing to the effect of the rise in investment upon capitalists' consumption factor 1/ and upon workers' income. Since workers' consumption is here assumed to be equal to their income, this means that income increases more than investment because of the influence of the increase in investment upon capitalists' and workers' consumption. During a slump, the fall in investment also causes a reduction in consumption, so that the fall in employment is larger than that arising directly from the curtailment of investment activity. Determination of national income. In order to bring into focus the nature of this process in the capitalist economy, it is useful to consider what the effect of a reduction in investment in a socialist system would be. The workers released from the production of investment goods would be employed in consumption goods industries. the increased supply of these goods would be absorbed by means of a reduction in their prices. Since profits of the socialist industries would be equal to investment, prices would have to be reduced to the point where the decline in profits would be equal to the fall in the value of investment. In other words, full employment would be maintained through the reduction of prices in relation to costs. In the capitalist system, however, the price-cost relationship, as reflected in equation, is maintained and profits fall by the same amount as investment plus capitalists' consumption through the reduction in output and employment. It is indeed paradoxical that, while the apologists of capitalism usually consider the price mechanism to be the great advantage of the capitalist system, price flexibility proves to be a characteristic feature of the socialist economy. Up to this point we have been considering the relation between the absolute changes of investment, I, profits, P, and gross income or product, 7. It is of interest also to compare their proportionate changes. Let us go back for this purpose to equations and it should be remembered that the constant A, the stable part of capitalists' consumption, and the constant B, the stable part of salaries, are positive. It follows that profits, P, change proportionately less in the course of the business cycle than investment, and that the same is true of gross income, Y, in relation to profits, P. Consequently, the relative changes of gross income, Y, are smaller than those of investment, I. Since in our model gross income or product, 7, is equal to the sum of investment and consumption, the relative changes OL. Consumption are smaller than those of gross income. 4. If one component varies proportionately more than the sum, the other component must vary proportionately less than the sum. It follows directly that investment varies proportionately more than consumption, or in other words, that it falls in relation to consumption during the slump and rises during the boom. The general case. Let us now drop the assumption that government expenditure and revenue are negligible. For the time being we may continue to assume that foreign trade and the government budget are balanced and that workers do not save. Thus, equation PT equals HOJ plus caret 1Q still holds good, but profits before taxes, N, are no longer identical with profits after taxes, P. We shall assume that the tax system is given and that the relation between real profits before taxes, 77, and real profits after taxes, P, can be expressed approximately by a linear function. We are then able to substitute for formula the equation PT plus B1A, where the constant A and B do not depend merely on the factors underlying the distribution of national income, but are influenced also by the effect of the tax system on profits. From these two equations it is apparent that gross income of the private sector Y is again determined with a time lag by investment / to an increment in investment AIT_W there corresponds an increment in gross income AY. AZT0. Determination of national income. I is here again larger than A/. This, however, is accounted for not only by the increase in capitalists' and workers' consumption following the rise in investment, but also by the larger volume of direct taxes which they pay out of increased income. Passing now to the general case where foreign trade and the government budget are not necessarily balanced and workers' savings are not necessarily zero, we have RTTW plus A, where / is the sum of investment, export surplus, and budget deficit, and where Q and A differ from Q and A in equation in that they reflect workers' savings. The shape of equation is unchanged. R, PT plus B. 1CL. These two equations determine YT in terms of /J_W. The increment in YT corresponding to the increment of IT_U is AFTA/TOJ. The determination of consumption is much more complicated than in our simplified model where consumption was the difference between Y and I. In the general case consumption is the difference between aggregate income after tax and savings. Now savings are equal to / the sum of investment, export surplus, and budget deficit. Aggregate income after tax is not equal here to Y. Indeed, the latter is the gross income of the private sector, which does not include the income of government employees or government transfer payments and is before direct taxes. Aggregate income after tax is equal to Y, plus the income of government employees and government transfer payments and minus all direct taxes. It follows that consumption is equal to YI minus direct taxes, plus income of government employees plus transfers. It is obvious that consumption cannot be fully determined in terms of / by the above equations, which permit the determination of YI only. 99.722. Statistical illustration. We shall now estimate the coefficients of the relation between Y and / for the United States in the period 1929 to 41. On P76 we established for that period the following equation for the relative share of the wage and salary bill, V, in the gross income of the private sector, Y, VJIOO plus OIIT, where the time, T, is counted from 1935. Taking into consideration that profits before tax NYV, we obtain YN7-07Y equals 0 to 425 plus OUIT. From this equation Y can be calculated on the basis of TT. In Table 8 I are given the actual real values of 7A and D77F and the Table 8.1 gross income of the private sector and profits in the United States, IG2G-Phi. Gross income of the private sector. Year Y. Profits before taxes are calculated gross income of the private sector, where the lag, R, is the horizontal distance between the time curve of investment decisions per unit of time, D, and the time curve of investment in fixed capital, E.F. We shall approach the problem of the determinants of fixed capital investment decisions as follows. If we consider the rate of investment decisions in a short period, we can assume that at the beginning of this period the firms have pushed their investment plans up to a point where they cease to be profitable, either because of the limited market for the firm's products or because of increasing risk and limitation of the capital market. New investment decisions will thus be made only if in the determinants of investment period considered, changes in the economic situation take place which extend the boundaries set to investment plans by those factors. We shall take into consideration three broad categories of such changes in the given period: gross accumulation of capital by firms out of current profits, i.e. their current gross savings, and changes in profits and changes in the stock of fixed capital. Let us examine these factors in more detail. The first factor has been dealt with in a general way in the preceding chapter. Investment decisions are closely related to internal accumulation of capital, i.e. to the gross savings of firms. There will be a tendency to use these savings for investment, and, in addition, investment may be financed by new outside funds on the strength of the accumulation of entrepreneurial capital. The gross savings of firms thus extend the boundaries set to investment plans by the limited capital market and the factor of increasing risk. The gross savings of firms consist, strictly speaking, of depreciation and undistributed profits. We shall include with these, however, the personal savings of the controlling groups invested in their own companies through subscriptions to new share issues. This concept of gross savings of firms is thus somewhat vague. We shall get around this difficulty by assuming that the gross savings of firms as conceived above are related to total gross private savings. On this assumption, the rate of capital investment decisions, D, is an increasing function of total gross savings, S. Another factor which influences the rate of investment decisions is the increase in profits per unit of time. A rise in profits from the beginning to the end of the period considered renders attractive certain projects which were previously 111 considered unprofitable, and thus permits an extension of the boundaries of investment plans in the course of the period. The value of the resulting new investment decisions divided by the length of the period gives us the contribution of the change of profits per unit of time to the rate of investment decisions in the period considered. When the profitability of new investment projects is being weighed, expected profits are considered in relation to the value of the new capital equipment. Thus, profits are taken in relation to the current prices of investment goods. We can allow for this factor by deflating profits by the price index of investment goods. In other words, if we denote aggregate gross profits after taxes deflated by the price of investment goods by PF, we can say that ceteris paribus the rate of investment decisions, D, is an increasing function of AP/at. Finally, the net increment of capital equipment per unit of time affects adversely the rate of investment decisions, i.e. without this effect the rate of investment decisions would be higher. Indeed, an increase in the volume of capital equipment if profits, P, are constant means a reduction in the rate of profit. Just as an increase in profits within the period considered renders additional investment projects attractive, so an accumulation of capital equipment tends to restrict the boundaries of investment plans. This effect is most easily seen in the case where new enterprises enter the field and thereby render investment plans of the established firms less attractive. If we denote the value of the stock of capital equipment deflated by appropriate prices by A, we can say that the rate of investment decisions, D, is ceteris paribus a decreasing function of AK/at. To sum up, the rate of investment decisions, D, is, as a first approximation, an increasing function of gross savings, S, and of the rate of change in aggregate profits, AP/at, and a decreasing function of the rate of change in the stock of capital. Determinants of investment. Equipment, AKF/at. Assuming, moreover, a linear relation we have, /h/\a. IO.2, NCAPADGSBRCRHD at, where D is a constant subject to long-run changes, in particular technical progress. As according to equation D plus R equals A. We also have for investment in fixed capital at time t plus t. APTAKTF plus, equals AST plus B dash caret CFR plus D 10.2. Factors not taken into consideration. It may be questioned why changes in the rate of interest, which have an opposite effect to changes in profits, were not considered as a co-determinant of investment decisions. This simplification is based on the fact that the long-term rate of interest does not show marked cyclical fluctuations. It is true that the yields of business debentures sometimes increase appreciably during depressions because of crises of confidence. The omission of this factor does not invalidate the above theory, since the rise in the yields of the securities in question works in the same direction as the fall in profits. Thus, this effect may be roughly accounted for in the discussion of the business cycle by a somewhat higher coefficient B in equation. It is still necessary, however, to consider the problem raised by the fluctuations of share yields, that is, of the ratios of current dividends to share prices. The movement of yields of preference shares shows very much the same pattern as that of the yields of debentures and may be taken into consideration in the same way. This is not, however, at least not fully, the case for ordinary shares. Although this factor seems to be in 8I13 KSE general of limited importance, this is not to deny that it may vitiate to some extent the application of the above theory. We shall now consider briefly an entirely different factor which was not taken into account in building up equation, namely, innovations. We assume that innovations, in the sense of gradual adjustments of the equipment of a firm to the current state of technology, are part and parcel of ordinary investment as determined by this formula. The immediate effect of a new invention is discussed in Chapter 15 of my Theory of Economic Dynamics in connection with the theory of economic development. It will be seen that there these effects are reflected in the level of D. The same is true of the long-run changes in the rate of interest or in the share yields. Two special cases of the theory. It can be shown that equation covers, as special cases, some of the existing theories of investment decisions. Let us first assume that the coefficients A and C are equal to 0 so that the equation is reduced to D plus D. Let us assume in addition that D is equal to depreciation. It follows that net investment is determined by the rate of change in real profits. This case corresponds roughly to the so-called acceleration principle. It is true that this principle establishes a relationship between net investment and the rate of change in output rather than in profits, and that the theoretical foundations are different from those given above, but the final results are much the same because of the interrelationship between real profits and aggregate output. With respect to the theoretical problem, it would appear to be more realistic to base the acceleration principle on the grounds suggested above than to deduce it from the necessity of expanding capacity in order to increase output. 114. Determinants of investment. It is well known that large reserve capacities exist, at least throughout a considerable part of the cycle, and that output, therefore, may increase without an actual increase in existing capacities. But, whatever the basis of the acceleration principle may be, it is inadequate not only because it does not take into consideration the other determinants of investment decisions examined above, but also because it does not agree with the facts. In the course of the business cycle, the highest rate of increase in output will be somewhere close to the medium position. It would follow from the acceleration principle that the highest level of investment decisions would come into existence at that time. This, however, is unrealistic. Indeed, it would mean that the time lag between investment decisions and aggregate output would be about 1/4 of the business cycle, or 1 to 5 to 2 to 5 years. As it is difficult to assume that the time lag between investment decisions and actual investment would be more than 1 year, it would mean that the actual investment in fixed capital would lead output by 0 to 5 to I*5 years. The available data do not substantiate such a lag. This will be seen, for instance, from Fig 10.2, where the time curves of investment in fixed capital and output are given for the United States for the period 1929 to 40. It appears that no appreciable time lag is discernible. The regression equation, patterned on our equation, which can be obtained for United States investment in fixed capital for this period, so does not conform at all to the acceleration principle. 11111_1_1_1293031303334353637383940. We obtain the second special case of our theory by assuming that a given amount of new savings affects investment decisions to an equal extent, that is, by assuming that A is equal to I. We also assume that the constant d is equal to A. Thus, we have ds plus b at. If in addition the assumption is made that inventories are stable throughout the cycle and that the export surplus and the FCM Kalecki, The Theory of Economic Dynamics. IL6. P 112. Determinants of investment. Budget deficit are both equal to 0, it follows that savings, S, are equal to actual investment in fixed capital, F. We thus obtain D equals F plus BC at AK at, and taking into consideration that ft dt underscore t, or dt equals dt underscore t plus b, AAR equals b, backslash PTAKTAATAF underscore RAK, at now it is clear from the last equation that if profits, P, and the stock of capital equipment, K, are constant, so is the rate of investment decisions, D. When profits increase to a new level, so does D. When the stock of capital equipment, K, rises to a new level, D declines. It follows that the rate of investment decisions is an increasing function of the level of profits and a decreasing function of the stock of capital equipment. This is the relationship which was the basis of the theory of the business cycle given in my essays on the theory of economic fluctuations. Thus this theory also appears to be a special case of the present one. It is sometimes assumed that the relationship obtained here as a special case is operative under all conditions, on the following grounds. The expected rate of profit may be assumed to be an increasing function of real current profits and a decreasing function of the stock of capital equipment. It is further considered obvious that the higher the expected rate of profits, the higher the level of investment in fixed capital will be. F. The latter, however, is plausible only at first glance. The relation ceases to be obvious when it is remembered that we Consider here the amount of investment decisions per unit of time. If a certain level of the rate of profits is maintained for some time, then the firm would make all the investment decisions which correspond to that rate of profits, so that after that, unless some new facts came into the picture, no decisions would be forthcoming. It is the full reinvestment of savings coupled with the equality of savings and investment in fixed capital that assures, in the special case considered, the maintenance of the level of investment decisions per unit of time when the rate of profits is constant. But once these fairly rigid assumptions are dropped, the theorem ceases to be true and a more general approach based on the equation is necessary. D equals S plus BAC. At AK 1 foot plus D. Examination of the fundamental equation. Before proceeding with an examination of the coefficients of equation, it will be useful to alter it somewhat. Let us first take into consideration the fact that the rate of change in fixed capital equipment is equal to investment in fixed capital net of depreciation in the same period, where 8 is depreciation of equipment due to wear and tear and obsolescence. Thus, equation can be written as follows. AP Ft plus T equals ST plus B caret C plus D. Let us now transfer CFT from the right hand to the left hand side of the equation and divide both sides of the equation by D plus T FCFF underscore AGBAPF. C8 plus D1 plus C underscore I plus CT plus 1 plus C at plus 1 plus C. 118. Determinants of investment. The left-hand side of the equation is then a weighted average of Ft plus T and Fc. We can assume as a good approximation that it is equal to an intermediate value D plus E, where 6 is a time lag less than R. As C is likely to be a rather small fraction, D is of the same order as R. We can now write ABAPTCS plus DT plus EI plus CT plus I plus CAI plus I plus C. The determinants of investment in fixed capital are thus reduced to past savings and to the past rate of change in profits. The negative effect of an increase in the stock of capital equipment is reflected in the denominator I plus C. To simplify the form of the equation, we shall denote I plus C and C8 plus DI plus C. No such abbreviation will, however, be introduced for A/ because its dependence on A and C is of significance for the subsequent discussion. We thus can write our equation finally in the form equals. We shall now examine the coefficients of this equation. The constant D is subject to long-run changes. An analysis of the factors on which these changes depend is given in Chapter 15 of my Theory of Economic Dynamics. However, as will be seen below, its value is not relevant in a discussion of the business cycle. Nothing can be said on a priori basis about the coefficient B, although, as will be seen, its value is of decisive importance in determining the character of cyclical fluctuations. It will thus be necessary to consider a few alternative cases with different values of this coefficient. The only coefficient about which we shall make definite assumptions at this stage is A/. The coefficient A, which indicates by how much investment decisions, D, increase as a result of increments in total current savings, S, will be influenced by various factors. First, the increment in the internal savings of the firms which is relevant for investment decisions is smaller than the increment in total saving. This factor in itself would tend to make a less than 1. Another factor works in the same direction. The reinvestment of savings on a ceteris paribus basis, that is with constant aggregate profits, may encounter difficulties because the market for the firm's products is limited, and expansion into new spheres of activity involves considerable risk. On the other hand, an increment in internal savings enables the firm to absorb outside funds at a higher rate if investment is considered desirable. This factor tends to increase investment decisions by more than the increment in internal savings. These conflicting factors leave us still uncertain about whether A will be greater or less than 1. The coefficient A/ is smaller than A because C is positive. According to the above, this reflects the negative influence upon investment decisions of an increasing stock of capital equipment. We shall assume that this coefficient is less than 1 for the following reasons. It will be seen below that with AFI plus C1 there would be in fact no business cycle at all, and the long-run development of the capitalist economy also would be different from the process we know. Moreover, the analysis of the United States data for the period 1929 to 40 yields determinants of investment for 2/a value significantly less than 1. Since the coefficient C is a rather small fraction, A/1 means that it cannot be much higher than 1. Investment in inventories. In our analysis of investment in fixed capital we arrived at equation which indicates that fixed capital investment decisions are a function both of the level of economic activity and of the rate of change in this level. Indeed, the amount of savings, S, in the equation is associated with the level of economic activity, while the rate of increase in profits, AP/A pound, is related to the rate of change in this level. It is for this reason that the acceleration principle, which bases itself on the rate of change only, is inadequate for the explanation of investment in fixed capital. However, for investment in inventories, the acceleration principle seems to be a reasonable assumption. It is indeed plausible to assume that the rate of change in the volume of inventories is roughly proportionate to the rate of change in output or the volume of sales. However, empirical investigations of changes in inventories show that here also a significant time lag between cause and effect is clearly discernible. This is accounted for by the fact that a rise in output and sales does not create any immediate need for an increase in inventories, because a part of inventories serves as a reserve and, therefore, it is temporarily possible to increase the velocity of turnover of total inventories. It is only after some time that inventories are adjusted to the new higher level of output. Similarly, when output falls, the volume of inventories is accordingly curtailed, but only after a certain delay, and in the meantime there is a decline in their velocity of turnover. There arises the question whether the availability of capital does not play a significant role in investment in inventories as it does in investment in fixed capital. In other words, whether we should not assume that investment in inventories depends 121. Not only on the rate of change in output, but on the influx of new savings as well. This, however, does not seem in general to be the case, since inventories are semi-liquid assets and short-term credit can be depended upon to finance any expansion in step with output and sales. In the light of the above, we can relate investment in inventories, J, to the rate of change in output of the private sector, AO/at, with a certain time lag. According to the information available, this time lag seems to be of a similar order to that involved in fixed capital investment, R. For the sake of simplicity we shall assume that the inventory time lag is equal to 6, which is of the same order as R. We thus can write for investment in inventories JA0 TJT plus D equals E at. It should be noticed that the coefficient E and the time lag 6 are really averages. The relationship between changes in inventories and changes in output is very different for various commodities, and changes in inventories have no direct relation to changes in output of services. If any stability in E can be expected at all, it is only on the basis of a correlation between fluctuations of various components of the total output of the private sector, 0. It should be noticed that the phenomenon of accumulation of unsold goods is accounted for at least partly by the time lag 6 in the equation. Indeed, when the volume of sales stops rising and begins to fall, inventories according to our formula will continue to rise for a time. This is not to deny, however, that in such circumstances the accumulation of unsold goods may continue on a larger scale than suggested by this formula. This deviation from the formula probably does not have a very serious bearing upon the overall theory of the trade cycle, because this abnormal accumulation of inventories is frequently liquidated in a relatively short time. 122. Determinants of investment. Formula for total investment. We obtained above the following formulae for investment in fixed capital, F, and for investment in inventories, J. FTT plus EST plus B caret J plus DI plus C asterisk AT. T equals. Adding these two equations we obtain a formula for total investment, I. 4 plus 0 I plus C. P, APTA0TS asterisk plus B at plus E at plus D. ST on the right-hand side depends on the level of economic activity at time t, while APJ at and AOJ at depend on the rate of change in this level. The total investment thus depends, according to our theory, on both the level of economic activity and the rate of change in this level at some earlier time. 123. LL. The business cycle. Equations determining the dynamic process. We shall assume in this chapter that both foreign trade and the government budget are balanced and that workers do not save. It was shown above in Chapter 8 that given this assumption the level of economic activity is determined by investment. Moreover, it was shown in Chapter IO that investment is determined, with a certain time lag, by the level of economic activity and the rate of change in this level. It follows that investment at a given time is determined by the level and rate of change in the level of investment at some earlier time. It will be seen below that this provides the basis for an analysis of the dynamic economic process and in particular enables us to show that this process involves cyclical fluctuations. In addition to assuming a balanced foreign trade and budget, we shall also assume that the price index for deflating investment is identical with that for deflating the gross product of the private sector. This assumption is not extravagant in view of the rather small cyclical fluctuations in the ratio of prices of investment and consumption goods. At the same time, a considerable simplification is achieved by it. Indeed, it appeared necessary above to use different deflators in different contexts for the same items. Thus, investment, savings and profits were deflated in chapters Y and 8 by the same price index as that used to deflate the gross product of the private sector. But in Chapter IO, investment in fixed capital, savings, and profits were all deflated by the index of prices of investment goods. However, now that the deflators have been assumed. 124. Business cycle. Identical, real investment, savings and profits have one meaning only. Let us now consider the equations which are relevant to our inquiry into the business cycle. From the assumption of a balanced foreign trade and budget, it follows that saving is equal to investment, R. Employing the same assumption, we may take from Chapter 7 the equation relating profits after tax, P, with some time lag, to investment. E_4 plus caret RT. This equation is based on the equality between profits and investment plus capitalists' consumption, and on the relation between capitalists' consumption and profits at some earlier time. Furthermore, we derive from equations and in Chapter 8 the relation between gross product, 0, and profits after tax, P. O, equals R plus E. This equation reflects the factors determining the distribution of national income, the system of profit taxes, and the level of indirect taxes. Finally, Chapter 10 gives us the equation determining investment, A foot AO, 4 plus 0 equals, asterisk 4 TB RE plus ET plus UI plus CATMD. This equation expresses the relation, with a time lag, between investment in fixed capital on the one hand and savings. 125. The rate of change in profits and the rate of change in the stock of capital equipment on the other, and the relation between investment in inventories and the rate of change in output. From the latter equation and the assumed equality between savings and investment, it follows. 4 plus 0 I plus CTAPTA 0 T. If plus B plus EIE plus D. At. The equation of the business cycle. Equations, and apply to the dynamic process in general. At the present stage, however, we intend to concentrate on the process of the business cycle as distinct from the process of long-run development. For this purpose we shall consider a system which is not subject to long-run development, i.e. a system which is static except for cyclical fluctuations. It can be shown that the actual dynamic process can be analyzed into cyclical fluctuations, the pattern of which is the same as that in the static system described below, and IT equals O and the second phi O. In other words, I has thus increased to point B above the depreciation level. However, After I has become positive, the question of its continuing rise, that is whether IT plus E is higher than IT, depends on the value of the coefficients A/ and P. Indeed, the first business cycle component of IT plus E, that is IT, is lower than it because we assumed that the coefficient A/ was less than I, and this tends to reduce IT plus E below the level of IT. On the other hand, the second component /I is positive because I was rising before it reached the level of it, and this tends to increase IT plus E above the level of it. There are, therefore, two alternatives here, that the coefficients 2/ and /I are such that the rise of investment comes finally to a halt at a point C, or that the Fig 11.1 hypothetical time curve of investment. Illustration of the trend and cyclical components of gross investment. Rise continues until economic activity reaches a level where a further rise is prevented by scarcities in existing productive capacities or in available labor. Let us consider the first alternative. After investment has come to a halt at C, it cannot be maintained at this level, but must decline from D to E. Indeed, denoting the top level of I by hop, we have for point D, IIO. Thus for IT plus 0 at point E, the component ET is equal to 0 and the component I top is less than I top because A/1. Consequently, IT plus E is less than I top and investment declines from its highest level to that of point E. Subsequently, investment will move downwards, that is, IT plus E. 129 KSE will be lower than IT for two reasons. The component IT will be less than IT and the component Ju will be negative. In this way I will finally fall to 0, i.e. investment will decline to the level of depreciation. From this point on, the pattern of the boom will be repeated in reverse in the slump. After the depreciation level has been crossed downwards at A, the decline of investment will continue until it finally comes to a halt at C. However, investment will not be maintained in this position but will increase from D to E and will again reach the depreciation level. These fluctuations in investment will be accompanied by fluctuations in incomes, output, and employment. The nature of the relationship between investment on the one hand and the aggregate real income and output of the private sector on the other are set forth in Chapter 8. The above mechanism of the business cycle is based on two elements. When investment reaches the depreciation level from below, it does not stop at this level but crosses it, moving upwards. This happens because the rise in investment and consequently the rise in profits and in aggregate output before the depreciation level is reached causes investment to be higher than that level in the subsequent period. Static equilibrium can come into existence only if investment is at the depreciation level and if in addition it has not changed its level in the recent past. The second condition is not fulfilled at A, and this is the reason why the upward movement continues. When investment reaches the depreciation level from above, the situation is analogous, i.e. investment does not stop but crosses the depreciation level moving downwards. When the upward movement of investment comes to a halt, it does not stay at this level, but starts to decline. This happens because the coefficient A/ is less than 1, which reflects the negative influence upon investment of the increasing capital equipment and possibly also the factor of incomplete reinvestment of saving. If there were a 130 business cycle full reinvestment of saving and if the accumulation of capital equipment could be disregarded, the system would be maintained at its top level. But, in fact, the accumulation of capital equipment, which with a stable level of economic activity makes for a falling rate of profit, does have a tangible adverse effect on investment. Moreover, the reinvestment of savings may be incomplete. As a result, investment declines and thus the slump is started. J. The position at the bottom of the slump is analogous to that at the top of the boom. While the rate of profit is falling at the top of the boom because of additions to the stock of capital equipment, it is rising at the bottom of the slump because depreciation of capital equipment is not being made good, but it may be questioned whether the situation is symmetrical with that at the top of the boom. It may indeed be claimed that the effect of capital destruction upon investment decisions during the slump is much weaker than that of capital accumulation in the boom, because the equipment destroyed in the slump is frequently idle in any case. As a result, slumps might be very long. This possibility is, in fact, not excluded in the static system which we consider in this chapter. But it should be observed that the situation is different in an economy enjoying long-run growth. It can be shown that in such an economy the business cycle as described above is superimposed upon the smooth long-run trend. The above considerations were based on the assumption that the coefficients of A/Ni. Having started in this fashion, the slump continues in the same way as the automatic business cycle. The question arises whether there is a floor to the slump in the same sense that there is a ceiling to the boom. Such a floor certainly exists in the case of investment in fixed capital, since its gross value cannot fall below zero. However, there is no analogous limit to disinvestment in inventories. Thus, when gross investment in fixed capital reaches the zero level, the slump may be slowed down but not halted, since disinvestment in inventories may gather momentum. If, however, the slump does come to a halt, the process of recovery is much like that described in the preceding section. Explosive and damped fluctuations. Let us turn back to the case of the automatic business cycle. It appears that the cyclical fluctuations inherent in the equation may be stable, explosive, or damped depending on the value of the coefficients, A/n pi, and the time lag 6n/oj. Given a certain set of these values, the amplitude of fluctuations is constant. But if the coefficient pi is increased while A/6 and w remain unchanged, the fluctuations become explosive, and if pi is reduced they become damped. 133. Let us first consider the case of explosive fluctuations. It is clear that, due to the increasing amplitude of the fluctuations, investment, during the boom phase, must sooner or later strike the ceiling. After this, as shown above, there follows a slump, the recovery from which brings investment back again to the level of the ceiling, and so on. The bottom of the slump is maintained at the same level because the course of the downswing is fully determined, according to equation by the level I at the top of the boom, the coefficients A/n/t, and the time lag 6n/w. Fig 11.3. Explosive fluctuations with a ceiling. In the case of damped fluctuations, the amplitude will continuously decline, so that it might appear in this case that the cycle would dwindle into insignificance. This, however, is not correct, for the following reason. The relations between investment, profits, and output, on which equation is based, are stochastic, i.e. subject to random disturbances. Thus equation really should be written AL_LT plus E equals H plus 1 at, plus E, where E is a random disturbance. Now it appears that the effect of erratic shocks, E, in equation counteracts the *34. Business cycle. Damping inherent in the basic mechanism. As a result, some sort of semi-regular cyclical movement is generated, the amplitude of which is determined by the magnitude and pattern of shocks, E, and by the parameters of equation F. This result is of considerable importance. It shows the possibility of cyclical fluctuations which do not touch the ceiling, and thus helps to explain the fact that such is frequently the pattern of actual fluctuations. A serious difficulty arises, however, in the application of the theory. The experiments made seem to suggest that if the damping is not weak, the resulting cycle is very irregular and its amplitude is of the order of magnitude of the shocks. Since there is no reasonable basis for the assumption that the interrelations between investment, profits, and output should necessarily be such as to produce a weak damping, the value of the theory becomes questionable. This difficulty is dealt with in Chapter 13 of my Theory of Economic Dynamics, where it is shown that if certain justifiable assumptions are made about the character of the shocks, a fairly regular cycle with a relatively large amplitude emerges even when the damping is substantial. The business cycle and utilization of resources. It has already been stated above that fluctuations in investment will cause corresponding fluctuations in economic activity as a whole. Indeed, aggregate output is related to investment through equations, and also, it has been stated that aggregate output and consumption show smaller relative fluctuations than investment. We have, however, not yet examined the problem of fluctuations in the utilization of capital equipment. We shall see below that the volume of fixed capital fluctuates relatively little in the course of the cycle, so that fluctuations in output reflect mainly changes in the degree of utilization of equipment. This can be shown by the following example, which is relevant to developed capitalist economies. We assume that the depreciation level is 5% per annum of the average volume of fixed capital equipment, and that gross investment in fixed capital fluctuates between 7 to 5% and 2 to 5% of this volume. Thus, investment falls in the slump to 1/3 of the boom level. We assume, moreover, that at the top of the boom gross investment in fixed capital constitutes 20% of the aggregate output. Thus, since investment falls from the top of the boom to the bottom of the slump by 2/3, the drop in investment amounts to about 13% of the boom aggregate output. We further assume that the change in output, A0, is equal to 2 to 5 times the change in investment, A/F. It follows that the fall in output from the top of the boom to the bottom of the slump is equal to 2 to 5 times 13%, that is, 33% of the boom output level. Thus, output falls by about 1/3 from the top of the boom to the bottom of the slump. It will easily be seen that the amplitude of fluctuations is about 20% of the average level. Let us now calculate the amplitude of fluctuations of the stock of capital equipment. The largest addition of fixed capital takes place in the period Mn, because this is the stretch of time in which gross investment in fixed capital is over the depreciation level. Now, the highest level of gross investment in the boom has been assumed to be 7*5% of the average volume of the capital equipment, and, therefore, with depreciation equal to 5%, the highest net investment is 2 to 5%. Business cycle. Assume the length of the cycle to be IO years, and thus the length of the period Mn is 5 years. If throughout that period investment in fixed capital were at the highest level, the total addition to the volume of capital equipment would be 12 to 5% of its average level. In fact, however, as may be seen from Fig 11.4, this addition will only be around 2/3 of 12 to 5% or 8%. Consequently, the amplitude of fluctuations in the stock of fixed capital in relation to its average level will be around 4% as compared with 20% for output. Fig 11.4. The effect of fluctuations in investment in fixed capital, F, upon the stock of capital equipment. It is thus clear that fluctuations in the degree of utilization of equipment are of similar order as those in aggregate output. A considerable proportion of capital equipment lies idle in the slump. Even on the average, the degree of utilization throughout the business cycle will be substantially below the maximum reached during the boom. Fluctuations in the utilization of available labor parallel those in the utilization of equipment. Not only is there mass unemployment in the slump, but average employment throughout the cycle is considerably below the peak reached in the boom. The reserve of capital equipment and the reserve army of unemployed are typical features of capitalist economy, at least throughout a considerable part of the cycle. 137. Part 3. 12 Political aspects of full employment. The maintenance of full employment through government spending financed by loans has been widely discussed in recent years. This discussion, however, has concentrated on the purely economic aspects of the problem without paying due consideration to political realities. The assumption that a government will maintain full employment in a capitalist economy if it only knows how to do it is fallacious. In this connection, the misgivings of big business about maintenance of full employment by government spending are of paramount importance. This attitude was shown clearly in the Great Depression in the 30s, when big business opposed consistently experiments for increasing employment by government spending in all countries, except Nazi Germany. The attitude is not easy to explain. Clearly higher output and employment benefits not only workers, but businessmen as well, because their profits rise. And the policy of full employment based on loan-financed government spending does not encroach upon profits because it does not involve any additional taxation. The businessmen in the slump are longing for a boom. Why do not they accept gladly the synthetic boom which the government is able to offer them? It is this difficult and fascinating question with which we intend to deal in this article. I-38. Political aspects. 1. The reasons for the opposition of the industrial leaders to full employment achieved by government spending may be subdivided into 3 categories: the dislike of government interference in the problem of employment as such, the dislike of the direction of government spending, dislike of the social and political changes resulting from the maintenance of full employment. We shall examine each of these 3 categories of objections to the government expansion policy in detail. 2. We shall deal first with the reluctance of the captains of industry to accept government intervention in the matter of employment. Every widening of state activity is looked upon by business with suspicion, but the creation of employment by government spending has a special aspect which makes the opposition particularly intense. Under a laissez-faire system, the level of employment depends to a great extent on the so-called state of confidence. If this deteriorates, private investment declines, which results in a fall of output and employment. This gives to the capitalists a powerful indirect control over government policy. Everything which may shake the state of confidence must be carefully avoided because it would cause an economic crisis. But once the government learns the trick of increasing employment by its own purchases, this powerful controlling device loses its effectiveness. Hence, budget deficits necessary to carry out government intervention must be regarded as perilous. The social function of the doctrine of sound finance is to make the level of employment dependent on the state of confidence. 3. The dislike of the business leaders of a government spending policy grows even more acute when they come to consider the objects on which the money would be spent: public investment and subsidizing mass consumption. The economic principles of government intervention require 139. That public investment should be confined to objects which do not compete with the equipment of private business, e.g. hospitals, schools, highways, etc. Otherwise the profitability of private investment might be impaired and the positive effect of public investment upon employment offset by the negative effect of the decline in private investment. This conception suits the businessmen very well. But the scope of public investment of this type is rather narrow, and there is a danger that the government, in pursuing this policy, may eventually be tempted to nationalize transport or public utilities so as to gain a new sphere in which to carry out investment. One might therefore expect business leaders and their experts to be more in favor of subsidizing mass consumption than of public investment, for by subsidizing consumption the government would not be embarking on any sort of enterprise. In practice, however, this is not the case. Indeed, subsidizing mass consumption is much more violently opposed by these experts than public investment. For here a moral principle of the highest importance is at stake. The fundamentals of capitalist ethics require that you shall earn your bread in sweat unless you happen to have private means. 4. We have considered the political reasons for the opposition against the policy of creating employment by government spending. But even if this opposition were overcome, as it may well be under the pressure of the masses, the maintenance of full employment would cause social and political changes which would give a new impetus to the opposition of the business leaders. Indeed, under a regime of permanent full employment, the SAC would cease to play its role as a disciplinary measure. The social position of the boss would be undermined and the political aspects, self-assurance and class consciousness of the working class would grow. Strikes for wage increases and improvements in conditions of work would create political tension. It is true that profits would be higher under a regime of full employment than they are on the average under laissez-faire, and even the rise in wage rates resulting from the stronger bargaining power of the workers is less likely to reduce profits than to increase prices, and thus affects adversely only the rentier interests. But discipline in the factories and political stability are more appreciated by the business leaders than profits. Their class instinct tells them that lasting full employment is unsound from their point of view and that unemployment is an integral part of the normal capitalist system. 2. One of the important functions of fascism, as typified by the Nazi system, was to remove the capitalist objections to full employment. The dislike of government spending policy as such is overcome under fascism by the fact that the state machinery is under the direct control of a partnership of big business with fascist upstarts. The necessity for the myth of sound finance, which served to prevent the government from offsetting a confidence crisis by spending, is removed. In a democracy, one does not know what the next government will be like. Under fascism there is no next government. The dislike of government spending, whether on public investment or consumption, is overcome by concentrating government expenditure on armaments. Finally, discipline in the factories and political stability under full employment are maintained by the new order, which ranges from the suppression of the trade unions to the concentration camp. Political pressure replaces the economic pressure of unemployment. 2. The fact that armaments are the backbone of the policy of fascist full employment has a profound influence upon its economic character. Large-scale armaments are inseparable from the expansion of the armed forces and the preparation of plans for a war of conquest. They also induce competitive rearmament of other countries. This causes the main aim of the spending to shift gradually from full employment to securing the maximum effect of rearmament. The resulting scarcity of resources leads to the curtailment of consumption as compared with what it could have been under full employment. The fascist system starts from the overcoming of unemployment, develops into an armament economy of scarcity, and ends inevitably in war. What will be the practical outcome of the opposition to full employment by government spending in a capitalist democracy? We shall try to answer this question on the basis of the analysis of the reasons for this opposition given in section 1. We argued that we may expect the opposition of the leaders of industry on three planes: the opposition on principle against government spending based on a budget deficit, the opposition against this spending being directed either towards public investment which may foreshadow the intrusion of the state into the new spheres of economic activity, or towards subsidizing mass consumption, the opposition against maintaining full employment and not merely preventing deep and prolonged slumps. Now, it must be recognized that the stage in which the business leaders could afford to be opposed to any kind of government interventions to alleviate a slump is rather a matter of the past. The necessity that something must be done in the slump is agreed to, but the conflict continues, firstly, as to what should be the direction of government intervention in the slump, and secondly, as to whether it should be used merely to alleviate slumps or to secure permanent full employment. 2. In the current discussions of these problems there emerges time and again the conception of counteracting the slump by 142. Political aspects. Stimulating private investment. This may be done by lowering the rate of interest, by the reduction of income tax, or by subsidizing private investment directly in this or another form. That such a scheme should be attractive to business is not surprising. The businessman remains the medium through which the intervention is conducted. If he does not feel confidence in the political situation, he will not be bribed into investment. And the intervention does not involve the government either in playing with investment or wasting money on subsidizing consumption. It may be shown, however, that the stimulation of private investment does not provide an adequate method for preventing mass unemployment. There are two alternatives to be considered here: the rate of interest or income tax, or both, is reduced sharply in the slump and increased in the boom. In this case both the period and the amplitude of the business cycle will be reduced, but employment not only in the slump but even in the boom may be far from full, i.e. the average unemployment may be considerable. Although its fluctuations will be less marked, the rate of interest or income tax is reduced in a slump but not increased in the subsequent boom. In this case the boom will last longer but it must end in a new slump. One reduction in the rate of interest or income tax does not, of course, eliminate the forces which cause cyclical fluctuations in a capitalist economy. In the new slump it will be necessary to reduce the rate of interest or income tax again, and so on. Thus in not too remote a time the rate of interest would have to be negative and income tax would have to be replaced by an income subsidy. The same would arise if it were attempted to maintain full employment by stimulating private investment. The rate of interest and income tax would have to be reduced continuously. In addition to this fundamental weakness of combating unemployment by stimulating private investment, there is a practical difficulty. The reaction of businessmen to the measures described is uncertain. If the downswing is sharp, they may 143. Take a very pessimistic view of the future, and the reduction of the rate of interest or income tax may then for a long time have little or no effect upon investment, and thus upon the level of output and employment. 3. Even those who advocate stimulating private investment to counteract the slump frequently do not rely on it exclusively but envisage that it should be associated with public investment. It looks at present as if business leaders and their experts, at least part of them, would tend to accept as a pious altar public expenditure financed by borrowing as a means of alleviating slumps. They seem, however, still to be consistently opposed to creating employment by subsidizing consumption and to maintaining full employment. This state of affairs is perhaps symptomatic of the future economic regime of capitalist democracies. In the slump, either under the pressure of the masses, or even without it, public investment financed by borrowing will be undertaken to prevent large-scale unemployment. But if attempts are made to apply this method in order to maintain the high level of employment reached in the subsequent boom, a strong opposition of business leaders is likely to be encountered. As has already been argued, lasting full employment is not at all to their liking. The workers would get out of hand and the captains of industry would be anxious to teach them a lesson. Moreover, the price increase in the upswing is to the disadvantage of small and big rentiers and makes them boom tired. In this situation, a powerful bloc is likely to be formed between big business and the rentier interests, and they would probably find more than one economist to declare that the situation was manifestly unsound. The pressure of all these forces, and in particular of big business, would most probably induce the government to return to the orthodox policy of cutting down the budget deficit. A slump would follow in which government spending policy would come again into its own. This pattern of a political business cycle is not entirely 144. Political aspects. Conjectural, something very much like that happened in the USA in 1937-8. The breakdown of the boom in the second half of 1937 was actually due to the drastic reduction of the budget deficit. On the other hand, in the acute slump that followed, the government promptly reverted to a spending policy. IO 145. KSE 13. The problem of effective demand with Tugan Baranovsky and Rosa Luxemburg. C. 1967. In the discussions about the market for the national product in terms of the Marxian schemes of reproduction, the positions taken by Tugan Baranovsky and Rosa Luxemburg are on the two opposite poles. Tugan Baranovsky denies altogether that the problem of markets may constitute an obstacle to the development of capitalism, which thus depends entirely on the increase in productive capacity. Rosa Luxemburg, on the contrary, considers expanded reproduction in a closed capitalist system impossible, attributing all its development to the possibility of selling its wares in the markets external to it, i.e. in the non-capitalist sector of the world economy. It is most interesting that both authors commit important errors in their arguments, and that nevertheless their theories give a correct picture of some essentials of capitalist economy. Tugan Baranovsky rightly stresses the antagonistic character of the capitalist regime, as a result of which the production of consumer goods is not its final aim and the demand for them is not the motive force of its development. Similarly, although the Rosa Luxemburg's theory that the development of capitalism depends solely on the external markets is not correct, they are still an important part in its dynamics. The two theories find something like a point of intersection. 146. Problem of effective demand. In the present day, especially U.S. capitalism, where a decisive role is played by a market created by the government for armament production. The theory of Tugan Baranovsky is in fact very simple, the author maintains that with appropriate proportions of use made of national product the problem of effective demand does not arise. This argument, illustrated numerically by means of Marxian schemes of reproduction, is in fact tantamount to the statement that at any level of consumption of workers and capitalists the national product may be sold provided investment is sufficiently large. These are the proportions between consumption and investment, which must be established in order that the total production should be purchased. A distortion of this proportion leads to crises in the course of which the deviation from it is being corrected. Thus the fundamental idea of Tugin rests on an error that what may happen is actually happening, because he does not show at all why capitalists in the long run are to invest to the extent which is necessary to contribute to full utilization of productive equipment. Tugin stresses the point that his theory will be right even in the most adverse conditions of actual curtailment of consumption of the workers and stability of that of capitalists. Obviously on paper even this may be offset by a sufficiently high level of investment. The author, by the way, does not anticipate the criticism that capitalists may be unwilling to use the surplus value by investing so much. He rather answers a critic of a different type who would consider absurd investment the purpose of which is production of investment goods rather than that of consumer goods. After having fixed his critic in this way, Tugin gives a perfectly sensible answer. The capitalist system is not a harmonious regime, whose purpose is the satisfaction of the needs of its citizens, but an antagonistic regime which is to secure profits for capitalists. As a result, there is nothing absurd in basing the development 147 IO2 of the system on expansion of a production of coal and steel which serves to develop the production of these commodities. The production of coal and steel is as justified as production of bread if it is profitable. Consumption is the final aim and proof of a harmonious but not of an antagonistic regime. It is this part of the argument of Tugin-Baranovsky that I consider his lasting contribution to the analysis of functioning of capitalism in its various phases. It is worth noticing that the theory of Tugin is, despite his optimism, deeply anti-capitalistic. It is just the absurdity of capitalism that makes its development immune against the problem of finding markets for its products. Let us go back, however, to our critique of the theory of Tugin-Baranovsky. Tugin considers the possible use of the national product created by full utilization of the productive forces as the actual fact in any case if we disregard the business cycles. The following problem arises here: the approach is certainly faulty, from which however does not follow that Tugin's theory is wrong, but merely completely unfounded. Perhaps after all the problem of the markets does not really constitute an obstacle to expanded reproduction of a capitalist economy. In order to give a complete answer to this query, it is necessary to construct a theory of investment decisions such that it would cover all the aspects of dynamics of capitalist economy and not only those relevant to the business cycle. This is not the place, however, to develop such a theory, which I always considered to be the central problem of the political economy of capitalism. Here I shall try to show that expanded reproduction, even in conditions much more favorable than were on purpose assumed by Tugin-Baranovsky, is by no means obvious, and that it requires a certain supporting factor, for instance, dependent on innovations. 148. Problem of effective demand. Imagine the process of accumulation of capital, say 4% per annum. Let us assume that at the start the capital, equipment and labor are fully utilized. Let the depreciation amount to 3% per annum, so that gross investment is equal to 7% of capital. Let us also assume a constant share of gross profits in the gross national product, and constant proportions in the distribution of gross profits between gross accumulation and capitalists' consumption. Thus gross accumulation bears a constant relation to the national income. The process of accumulation consists in the expansion of productive equipment at 4% per annum due to investment, and since gross accumulation bears a constant relation to capital, gross accumulation also expands 4% per annum. Given the constant share of gross accumulation in national income, income would also grow at the 4% per annum rate. Thus full utilization of equipment continues and the problem of effective demand does not seem to arise. All right, but why should capitalists continue to invest at a level of 7% of capital? Simply because the process has been going for some time, this investment has been justified and the capitalists do not anticipate any difficulties in selling their products with reproduction expanding 4% per annum, and therefore they do not hesitate to continue their game. Let us, however, consider a case when, for instance, as a result of a change in the social structure of the capitalist class, capitalists are prepared to invest only 6% of the capital per annum. The problem of effective demand makes then immediately its appearance. The ratio of investment to the stock of capital falls i.e. by about 14%. There arises thus the problem of overproduction, because of the constancy of relation between accumulated and consumed part of profits. The latter will also fall by 14% in relation to capital, through reduction of employment in investment goods industries and in industries producing consumption goods. 49. Capitalists. There will be also a reduction of demand for wage goods and reduction of employment in those industries until working class income also falls by 14% in relation to capital, so that the proportion between profits and wages be maintained as assumed. This general situation of overproduction affects in turn adversely the investment decisions of capitalists. Now they are not willing to invest even 6% of capital, contributing thus to further deterioration of the situation. Yes, somebody may say, this is a typical crisis which will be followed by a period of prosperity, and these fluctuations will just occur around the process of expanded reproduction described initially. There is, however, nothing to substantiate this argument. After a breakdown of the moving equilibrium, no trace of the 4 or 3% annual long-run increase was left in the economy. The economy may as well settle to a state of simple reproduction with cyclical fluctuations around it. 4. We have moved one step forward. We have shown that the development of capitalism which does not encounter the problem of effective demand, even if it is possible, is unstable. However, a process of an unstable equilibrium ceases to exist if it is not supported by some stabilizing force. In relation to our problem, it may be said that an expanded reproduction will take place if there exist factors that simply do not permit the system to remain in the state of simple reproduction. The initial state of simple reproduction leads to a level of gross investment exceeding depreciation. Such a factor may be first and foremost the influence of technological innovations, discovery of new sources of raw materials and the like, which opens before the capitalists new perspectives. The technical progress appears in this approach not merely as depreciating old plant, which leads to their replacement by new ones, it is also a stimulus for investment. 150. Problem of effective demand. Over and above that level resulting from the fact that capitalists investing today think to have an advantage over those having invested yesterday because of technical novelties that have reached them. The above should not be construed in the sense that such a possibility of expanded reproduction without external markets is tantamount to the elimination of influence of inadequate effective demand. Indeed, the rate of expanded reproduction resulting from this factor is by no means necessarily adequate to secure the full utilization of equipment or even to keep the degree of this utilization at a constant level. Innovations break the impasse of a simple reproduction only to some extent, and they do not warrant the utilization of resources in the sense of Tagan-Baranovsky. From the last two sections it follows in any case, as a result of the problem of effective demand, expanded reproduction is not a natural and obvious state of the capitalist system. Nevertheless, such reproduction is not necessarily a result of external markets. Thus, although these sections are meant primarily as a criticism of the theory of Tagan-Baranovsky, they constitute at the same time a starting point for a discussion of views of Rosa Luxemburg with which we shall deal subsequently. Rosa Luxemburg considers expanded reproduction in the long run without existence of external markets to be not only far from obvious but outright impossible. It should be noticed that she argues this point as naively as does Tagan-Baranovsky, showing the irrelevance of the problem of effective demand for the development of capitalism. In her consideration of the taking of investment decisions by capitalists, she somehow implies that they are being taken by the capitalist class as a whole. And this class is frustrated by the knowledge that there is no final market for the surplus of goods corresponding to accumulation, so why invest? Now capitalists do many things as a class, but they certainly do not invest as a class. And if that were the case, they might do it just in the way prescribed by Tigan Baranovsky. But despite this error in her argument, it is valuable in being imbued by the spirit of skepticism with regard to the market for the surplus of goods corresponding to the accumulation. Even though following a different line of thought, we also have come to the conclusion that expanded reproduction is by no means a natural phenomenon, and we tried to find the source of expanded reproduction, which is, though, by no means equivalent to permanent full utilization of equipment in certain aspects of technical progress. Rosa Luxemburg, as we mentioned time and again above, sees the possibility of finding the market for surplus goods merely outside the world capitalist system. She does not mean here underdeveloped countries only, but also the non-capitalist sectors of developed economies, e.g. peasant agriculture. Only the exports from the capitalist system are the mainspring of development. Hence her pessimistic view of the future of capitalism. By undermining the non-capitalist production and gradually pervading all the world, capitalism eliminates at the same time the possibility of its further development. To the quantitative overestimate of the role of external markets, Rosa Luxemburg contributes a fundamental mistake which she perpetrates in the analysis of the impact of these markets on development of capitalism. She considers in any case in the main current of her argument that the market for the surplus is created to the extent of total exports to the non-capitalist sector and not only to the extent of the excess of exports over imports. It is easy to show, however, that this approach of Rosa Luxemburg's is erroneous. The imported goods absorb purchasing power just like those home-produced, and thus to the extent that exports are offset by imports, they do not contribute to the expansion of the markets for national product. Or to approach it from a different angle, imports, like wages, are 52. Problem of effective demand. Costs, and the part of disposal of profits is, alongside capitalists' consumption and investment, solely the export surplus. And in order that this should be possible, export of capital is necessary. Only to the extent to which the capitalist system lends to the non-capitalist world is it possible to place abroad the surplus of goods unsold at home. Only in this way do the external markets solve the contradictions of the world capitalist system. Obviously the net external markets as well played their role in development of capitalism, but a much more modest one than would have been the case if really all the exports to the non-capitalist world contributed to the absorption of surpluses corresponding to accumulation. 6. One of the most interesting elements of the theory of Rosa Luxemburg is taking into consideration in her external markets, alongside those mentioned above, also the market created by government purchases and in particular armament orders. She consistently makes, by the way, the mistake of treating the whole of government expenditure, for instance on armaments, without paying due consideration to its financing, as absorbing the surplus. If, however, this expenditure is covered by taxes burdening the working class, they have no effect upon the absorption of national product because the new armaments markets are offset by an equal curtailment of workers' consumption. If armaments are financed by issue of government securities, then the surplus of goods is sold by capitalists in exchange for the money obtained in turn by the government through sale of their bills and bonds to the financial capitalists. The capitalists taken as a whole thus grant the government a credit with which to buy their surplus goods. Also here capital is being exported to the foreign market created by the government, consumption goods for capitalists and wage goods including into each of them the respective intermediate products. It follows that employment in the first two departments is not affected by the rise in wages, thus denoting the wage bills in these departments measured in old wage rates by W1 and W2 and the fraction by which wages are raised by a we obtain for the increment of the aggregate wages in departments I and 2 OLW1 plus FF2. The profits in these two departments decline pro tanto. The position in Department 3, however, is quite different because of immediate spending of the additional proceeds of the workers due to the wage rise. In particular the increment of the wage bill of departments I and 2, equal to a must unavoidably cause profits of the Department 3 to rise pro tanto. Indeed, the profits of this department consist of the proceeds out of the sale of the wage goods which are not consumed by the workers employed in that department to the workers of departments I and II. Thus the increment in the wage bill of these departments, A, means an equal rise in profits of Department 3. This may occur either through the rise in output in that department or through the rise of the prices of its products. As a result, the total profits remain unaltered, the loss of the departments I and II by A being counterbalanced by an equal gain of the Department 3. It follows that no absolute shift from profits to wages occurs, and the argument based on Say's law would thus prove fallacious, at least with regard to the short period considered. The last qualification is essential. For it may be argued that the decline in the volume of investment and capitalists' consumption as a result of the wage rise, although not immediate, L57, would still come about with delay, say, in the next short period. And this would be true if capitalists at least decided to cut their investment and consumption immediately after having agreed to raise wages. But even this is unlikely, for their decisions are based on current experience, and this, according to the above, will show that no loss in total profits occurs in the short period following the wage rise, and thus it will give no reason for a cut in investment and capitalists' consumption in the next period. If a decision for such a cut is not taken right away on the basis of the bare fact of the wage rise, it will not be taken at all. And as a result, profits will not shrink in the next period either. The argument on the shift from profits to wages as a result of a wage rise based on Say's law is thus fallacious, even if we consider all the ramifications of this event. The same applies obviously to a wage cut. No increase in profits will occur either in the short period following it or subsequently. 2. So far we assumed that prices of investment goods and consumption goods for capitalists remain unchanged when wages increase, which was in line with the theory of shift from profits to wages to the extent of the wage rise. In fact, however, this is unlikely to be the case. These prices will rather rise under the impact of the wage increase, perhaps not in the short period following directly the wage rise but subsequently. But to discuss this question as well as other repercussions of the wage rise or of the wage cut, we want to know more about price formation in the system considered. We shall first abstract from all semi-monopolistic and monopolistic factors, i.e. we shall assume so-called perfect competition. Let me add immediately that this is a most unrealistic assumption, not only for the present phase of capitalism but even for the so-called competitive capitalist economy of past centuries. Surely this competition was always in general very imperfect. Perfect competition, when its actual status of a handy model is forgotten, becomes a dangerous myth. As follows from the argument in the preceding section, the 158. Class struggle. Volume of capitalists' investment and consumption is maintained in the short period following the wage rise and consequently thereafter. On the assumption of perfect competition and of supply curve sloping upwards at some point, the rise in wage rates must cause a proportional rise in prices at given levels of respective outputs, perhaps not in the first short period but subsequently. As a result, profits in departments I and II will rise in the same proportion as wages, i.e. I plus A times. Now it is easy to prove that the volume of production and consumption of wage goods also remains unchanged. Indeed, in such a case, profits in Department 3 as in the other two departments increase in the proportion of the wage rise, i.e. I plus OC times. Now, as mentioned in section I, the profits in Department 3 are equal to the proceeds out of sales of the wage goods to the workers of departments I and II, and therefore they must increase in the same proportion as wages in these departments, i.e. I plus X times. If the volume of production and consumption of wage goods increased or declined, such could not be the case. Thus, with perfect competition, the volume of production in all three departments remains unchanged while its value increases in each of them I plus A times. In this proportion, thus, the total wage bill increases and the total profits, i.e. the distribution of national income, remains unaltered. Consequently, having shown the fallacy of the theory based on Say's law, which maintained that wage movements have a direct and full impact upon the distribution of national income, we now arrive at the opposite extreme, that they have no influence whatever upon this distribution. But this conclusion is based on the untenable assumption of perfect competition. In fact, only by dropping it and penetrating the world of imperfect competition and oligopolies are we able to arrive at any reasonable conclusion on the impact of bargaining for wages on the distribution of income, f. 3. In fact, a major part of the economy may be plausibly represented by a model very different from perfect competition. Each firm in an industry arrives at the price of its product P by marking up its direct cost U, consisting of average costs of wages plus raw materials, in order to cover overheads and achieve profits. But this markup is dependent on competition, i.e. on relation of the ensuing price P to the weighted average price of this product P for the industry as a whole. Or, where slash is an increasing function, the lower is P in relation to P, the higher will be fixed the markup. From formula we obtain. It should be noted that the function f may be different for various firms of an industry. They will reflect semi-monopolistic influences referred to above, resulting from imperfect competition or oligopoly. The more intensive are these factors, the higher f corresponding to a given relation P/P. Prices P will be in general different for various firms because of the differences in direct costs U and because of those in the functions f. The price system is determined. Indeed, with S firms in an industry there will be S+1 price values to be determined, i.e. pi PSA and D as many equations, S equations of the type N1 determining P in terms of Px, P2, Ps. If all direct costs U, with given function / increased 1 plus a times, so do all prices A, P2, Ps. Indeed, this solution satisfies the equations because U by assumption increases 1 plus a times and P/P remains unaltered. If, however, the direct cost UK increases only for one firm, it is easy to see that PK increases in a lesser proportion because P will then not rise in the same proportion as UK. Class struggle. For since prices P for a product are in general not equal, the above applies strictly to imperfect competition or differential oligopoly but not to non-differential oligopoly or monopoly. However, in fact, apart from basic raw materials produced frequently in conditions approaching perfect competition, most of the products have differential prices. It seems therefore a fairly good approximation to an actual economy if we assume it consisting of the model described above and the sector of basic raw materials conforming in their price formation to that of perfect competition. Let us now imagine that in a closed system of this type wage rates in all industries increase in the same proportion, 1 plus a times. It follows easily that all prices will also increase I plus CT times provided that functions F in industries to which they are relevant are unchanged. It follows that if these conditions were fulfilled we should arrive at the same conclusion as for perfectly competitive economy in section 2, that a general increase in money wages in a closed economy does not change the distribution of national income. The same would apply to the case of the decrease in money wages. However, we shall argue that the functions / do depend on the trade union activity. 5. High mark UPS in existence will encourage strong trade unions to bargain for higher wages since they know that firms can afford to pay them. If their demands are granted but the functions / are not changed, prices also increase. This would lead to a new round of demands for higher wages and the process would go on with price levels rising. But surely an industry will not like such a process, making its products more and more expensive and thus less competitive with products of other industries. To sum up, trade union power restrains the mark UPS, i.e. it causes the values F to be lower than would be the case otherwise. Now, this power manifests itself in the scale of wage rises demanded and achieved. If an increase in bargaining capacity is demonstrated by spectacular achievements, there is a downward shift in functions F and the mark UPS decline. A redistribution of national income from profits to wages will take place then. But this redistribution is much smaller than that which would obtain if prices were stable. The rise in wages is to a great extent shifted to consumers. And normal wage increases will usually leave the functions F unaffected while otherwise mark UPS may tend to get higher because of the rise in productivity of labor. 6. Let us imagine that a spectacular wage rise depresses somewhat the mark UPS so that a redistribution of national income from profits to wages occurs. Now from section I it follows that profits in Department 3 will increase in the same proportion as wage rates. But, as there is a redistribution of income from profits to wages as a result of the reduction of mark UPS there, the wage bill in Department 3 increases more than wage rates, i.e. there is a rise in employment and output there. In consequence output and employment will be unaltered in Departments I and II while they will rise in Department 3. Or the volume of investment and capitalists' consumption will not change, but workers' consumption will increase. Such an expansion of total output and employment will be feasible because in fact our model of semi-monopolistic price fixing, as developed in Section 3, presupposes the existence of excess capacities. As to the value of the wage bill it will clearly increase in a higher proportion than the wage rates. However, total profits will increase less than the wage rates, indeed, profits in Department 3 increase proportionately to the wage rates, employment in Departments I and II being unaltered, but profits in the latter two departments increase less than the wage rates as a result of the decline of mark UPS there. If the trade union power declined the process described above would be reversed. Employment and output in Departments I and II would remain unchanged, but in Department 3 they would decline. Or the volume of investment and capitalists' consumption would remain unchanged and the consumption of workers would fall. The total output and employment would thus decline. The value of the wage bill would fall more than the wage rates while the value of profits would decline less than the wage rates. Since the decline in the mark UPS tends to increase aggregate output, this would cause a rise in prices of basic raw materials, subject to conditions of perfect competition, in relation to wages. As a result the increase in output and employment would be somewhat restrained. In the same fashion this factor would somehow restrain the fall in output and employment caused by the rise of the mark UPS. It follows from the above that a wage rise showing an increase in the trade union power leads contrary to the precepts of classical economics to an increase in employment. And conversely, a fall in wages showing a weakening in their bargaining power leads to a decline in employment. The weakness of trade unions in a depression manifested in permitting wage cuts contributes to deepening of unemployment rather than to relieving it. 7. It follows from the above that the class struggle as reflected in trade union bargaining may affect the distribution of national income but in a much more sophisticated fashion than expressed by the crude doctrine, when wages are raised, profits fall pro tanto. This doctrine proves to be entirely wrong. Such shifts that occur are connected with widespread imperfect competition and oligopoly in capitalist system, and they are contained in fairly narrow limits. However, the day-by-day bargaining process is an important co-determinant of the distribution of national income. It should be noted that it is possible to devise other forms of class struggle than wage bargaining, which would affect the distribution of national income in a more direct way. For instance, actions may be undertaken for keeping down the cost of living. The latter might be achieved by price controls which, however, may prove difficult to administer. But there exists an alternative, subsidizing of prices of wage goods which is financed by direct taxation of profits. Such an operation, by the way, will not affect aggregate net profits. The argument is the same as used in Section I in the case of a wage increase. The same is true of the effect of price controls. And, if such measures cannot be carried out by political parties associated with trade unions in the parliament, the power of the trade unions may be used to mobilize supporting strike movements. The classical day-by-day bargaining for wages is not the only way of influencing the distribution of national income to the advantage of the workers. 8. The redistribution of income from profits to wages, as described in the last two sections, is feasible only if excess capacity is in existence. Otherwise it is impossible to increase wages in relation to prices of wage goods because prices are determined by demand, and function/become defunct. We return then to the position described in Section 2 where the wage rise could not affect a redistribution of income. Price control of wage goods will lead under the circumstances to scarcities of goods and haphazard distribution. Also, subsidizing prices of wage goods can reduce prices only in the longer run by stimulating investment in wage good industries. It should be noted, however, that even contemporary capitalism, where deep depressions are avoided as a result of government intervention, is in general still fairly remote from such a state of full utilization of resources. This is best shown by the fact that prices of finished goods are fixed on a cost basis rather than determined by demand. 164. 15 Trend and the Business Cycle. See 1968. Introduction. The contemporary theory of growth of capitalist economies tends to consider this problem in terms of a moving equilibrium rather than adopting an approach similar to that applied in the theory of business cycles. The latter consists of establishing two relations, one based on the impact of the effective demand generated by investment upon profits and the national income, and the other showing the determination of investment decisions by, broadly speaking, the level and the rate of change of economic activity. The first relation does not involve now particularly intricate questions. The second, to my mind, remains the central piece de resistance of economics. I do not see why this approach should be abolished in the face of the problem of long-run growth. In fact, the long-run trend is but a slowly changing component of a chain of short-period situations, it has no independent entity, and the two basic relations mentioned above should be formulated in such a way as to yield the trend-cum-business cycle phenomenon. It is true that the task is incomparably more difficult than in the case of another abstraction, that of the pure business cycle, and, as will be seen below, the results of such an inquiry are less mechanistic. This, however, is no excuse for dropping this approach, which seems to me the only key to the realistic analysis of the dynamics of a capitalist economy. I myself approached this problem in my theory of economic dynamics F and my observations on the theory of growth in a manner which now I do not consider entirely satisfactory. I started from developing a theory of the pure business cycle in a stationary economy, and at a later stage I modified the respective equations to get the trend into the picture. By this separation of short-period and long-run influences I miss certain repercussions of technical progress which affect the dynamic process as a whole. I shall now try to avoid splitting my argument into these two stages just as much as applying the approach of moving equilibrium to the problem of growth. 2 Assumptions. Our simplifying assumptions fall into a few categories. We assume a closed system and abstract from government activities, concentrating deliberately on a self-contained laissez-faire capitalist economy. We abstract as well from workers' savings, which are definitely unimportant. We also make some assumptions for the mere sake of simplicity which are unrealistic. However, if the respective factors were taken into account, this, while complicating the argument, would not change it basically. We abstract from the time lag in consumer expenditure. This again is realistic with regard to workers' consumption but not so with regard to that of capitalists. However, as long as the time lag between investment decisions and investment is emphasized, disregarding that between profits and capitalists' consumption does not distort the analysis. Similarly, we abstract from overhead labor and thus assume that all labor receipts are prime costs. This would again distort the changes in the relation between investment and the national income in the course of the trade cycle were it not for the fact that we distinguish in the capitalist's consumption a part which does not depend on the current level of profits. This element leads to proportionate changes in gross investment in the course of the business cycle being higher than those in profits and the 166. Trend and business cycle. National income. Thus the factor of overhead labor, having similar repercussions, may be disregarded without distorting the familiar pattern of the trade cycle. Finally, the most drastic simplification is abstracting from changes in inventories so that investment is exclusively in fixed capital. Again, such an assumption would not be acceptable if not for the fact that, as will be seen below, our formula for investment decisions includes a member proportionate to the increment of profits in the year considered. Since the increase in inventories may be assumed to be proportionate to that of the national income, which bears in our model a stable relation to profits, this prevents also in this case a distortion of the dynamics of the system. In short, we do make drastic simplifications to concentrate the attention of the reader on the most essential issues without, however, throwing out the baby along with the bath water. 3. Investment, saving, profits and national income. Let us denote gross investment in fixed capital in a given year by /, gross saving by S, capitalists' consumption by CK and gross profits by P. Since the system is closed, the government expenditure and revenue is disregarded, the workers are assumed not to save and increases in inventories are abstracted from, we have S equals I to O and P equals I plus CK. Moreover, we may plausibly postulate, neglecting the time lag between capitalists' consumption and profits, that CK equals AP plus A. Where A is a rather small fraction and where A is a certain slowly changing magnitude dependent on past economic and social developments. It may be called a semi-autonomous 167 variable because we shall not try to relate it to any other variables entering our argument, in which therefore it will be considered, at least at the present stage, a slowly changing function of time at. From the equations and it follows directly t, yp underscore 4 plus caret or denoting 1 / by m. pt equals mit plus at. Where m is greater but not much greater than 1. Next we shall deal briefly with the relation between profits p and the gross national income y. We shall consider the ratio p/y which we denote by q, a parameter which, although in the long run it may be subject to important changes, will be treated in our equations as a constant. The justification of this is as follows: first, since we abstract from the overhead labor, all labor costs are prime costs. But, as I indicated time and again in my previous work, the relative share of labor prime costs in the national income depends on the mark UPS over the prime costs and the relation between unit wage costs and prices of basic raw materials, F. Next, as long as the resources of the economy are far from being fully utilized, and this I believe to be the typical condition of a developed capitalist economy, the mark UPS are determined by semi-monopolistic and monopolistic factors which I nicknamed degree of monopoly. It is this term, I think, that facilitated the dismissal of the theory as being tautological. However, in the theory of economic dynamics I showed, I believe that in any case no problem of tautology is involved. J. If the price is not determined by the equilibrium of supply at full utilization of equipment, on the one hand, and demand, on the other, the prices are fixed by the firms on the basis of the average prime costs and the average price of the product group in question. 1 PCFR Hapter 6 pp 6 4 *cf cha p ter 5 pages 43 to 52. SCI. Chapter 5, pages 44 to 9. Trend and business cycle. By assuming Q equals constant, we confine our discussion to the case when the pricing process, and changes in the ratio of unit wage costs to prices of basic raw materials, do not cause a change in Q. Of course, the assumption that Q is a parameter which under conditions described may be constant is incompatible with the approach considering Q to be just the instrument of securing through price flexibility in relation to demand the full utilization of resources. However, we consider such an approach utterly unrealistic, since a laissez-faire capitalist economy used to achieve a more or less full utilization of resources only at the top of a boom, and frequently not even then. Nor did these full employment booms fill a major part of the cycle. Thus we shall stick to our assumption and postulate. Y equals caret. For investment decisions. We shall make an attempt here to attack the problem of determination of investment decisions in a somewhat novel way. But to prepare the ground for it, we have to introduce first a concept of that level of investment in a given year at which the new equipment would yield a certain definite gross rate of profit. This standard rate of profit is the reciprocal of the so-called payoff period during which the capital invested is recovered. Let us denote this rate by RR. Let us, moreover, denote that level of new investment which would fetch under conditions prevailing in the year considered the rate of profit by n. By it is clear that the higher, caeteris paribus, the level of investment, the lower is the rate of profit it fetches. Thus if the rate of profit actually yielded by new equipment is higher than n, then ITT is higher than actual investment / and vice versa, and obviously I equals I if these rates are equal. 169. We shall now try to establish the determinants of I. If we abstract for a moment from the increase in productivity due to technical progress, I may be assumed to be proportionate to the increment in real profits from the beginning to the end of the year considered, which we denote by AP. Since ample unused productive capacities are postulated to be in existence, new investment will capture only a part of profits NAP, where N is a rather small fraction. Thus since I is defined as that level of investment which fetches the rate of profit N, we shall have in the case presently discussed I equals NAP/N. Let us introduce the influence of technical progress now. With real gross profits in the year considered P and the real gross national income 7 we obtain for real labor costs YP. This will be also approximately the level of the labor costs associated with old equipment because the new capacities put to use in the year considered are small in relation to those of the total existing capital equipment. Now during the year considered the real labor costs associated with old equipment will rise as a result of the increase in productivity caused by technical progress, 7 and P being expressed in constant prices. In consequence of this rise profits yielded by old equipment will fall. If the price of a product were uniform the transfer of output would occur merely through some obsolete equipment going out of use and the transfer of profits through the reduction of the profit margins for the produce of working old equipment. In fact, however, the market prices of the products are not uniform and the transfer of profits occurs also in part through the transfer of output of working old equipment to the new one. It follows that profits yielded by old equipment will fall in the year considered by CCYP, whereas the higher the greater the rate of increase in productivity resulting from technical progress. Now the loss in profits yielded by old equipment is given the total profits P the gain in profits captured by the new plant. In fact, therefore the profits captured by the level of investment I will be NAP plus A rather than NAP, and the core trend and business cycle. Sponding modified formula for I is IT NKP plus XYP, TT. As a first approximation to the problem of the level of investment fetching a standard rate of profit TT we shall treat N and A as constants. The equation conveys then in any case the fact that the level of investment capturing the rate of profit TT depends on two basic determinants, the increment in total profits and the transfer of profits from old to new equipment, resulting from technical progress. According to the equation, equals FOOD I equals SP, where we denote A by 8.f. Thus we may write the formula in the form N and P plus 8P it equals TTD 5-8. 5 Investment decisions. We shall approach the problem of investment decisions in two stages. In this section we shall abstract from a certain rather complicated factor which, however, is of considerable importance. We shall introduce it in the next section. We assume that the investment decisions in a given year depend on two sorts of considerations, those concerning the gross entrepreneurial savings accruing in this period, and those concerning the prerequisites for their reinvestment. The former are tied with the problem of the entrepreneurial capital being the basis of investment because of limited capital markets and the increasing risk involved in making use of it. The considerations concerning the prerequisites for reinvestment of entrepreneurial savings, i.e. whether the investment decisions taken in a given year are to be equal to entrepreneurial savings, exceed them or fall short of them, are closely related to the idea of the normal rate of profit TT on new investment. We assume that if such investment that would capture in the year considered the rate of profit TT is equal to what was the actual investment in this period, i.e. IRR equals 7, the entrepreneurial savings are just being reinvested. If II more than that is invested, and vice versa. Thus denoting investment decisions taken in the period considered by D and entrepreneurial savings by E, we may write D, E plus R7. where R is a coefficient measuring the intensity of the reaction of the entrepreneurs to the difference 7-7. Substituting in this equation the expression for I as given by formula, we obtain D equals E plus R7J. We shall assume that the gross entrepreneurial savings bear a constant relation to the rentier savings. We thus have E equals ES, where E is less but not much less than 1, and taking into consideration S equals I, we obtain 7 equals EI plus R caret 8 PI caret. The characteristic feature of this formula for investment decisions D per unit of time as compared with other approaches to this problem is the 172 trend and business cycle. Member 8P, which accounts explicitly for the stimulus to investment due to higher productivity of labor in the new plant, enabling them to capture profits from old equipment. A very imperfect substitute for allowing for this factor in other theories was to carry the argument in terms of net rather than gross investment. 6. Investment decisions. The formula for investment decisions must be still supplemented in order to account for an additional factor. The above argument is based on the idea that entrepreneurs scrutinize how the new investment is doing in terms of profitability, and on this basis form a decision whether just to reinvest their savings, to exceed their level, or to fall short of it. This depends on whether the rate of profit on new actual investment proves to be equal, higher, or lower than the standard rate N. An important element of how the new investment is doing is the rise in productivity due to technical progress, which causes a transfer of profits from old to new equipment. But there is still another effect of innovations. In the year considered, new inventions come within the compass of the entrepreneurs. Thus they expect to do better out of their investment than those whose investment materialized in the year considered. In fact, this will not prove true for the investing entrepreneurs as a body. If the increase in productivity is not accelerated, the investment materializing in the next year will not be more profitable on the average than that in the present one. Nevertheless, those entrepreneurs who are first to avail themselves of the technical novelties will do better than the average. To account for this additional stimulus to investment, which is a direct outcome of innovations, we shall add to the right-hand side of the formula for investment decisions a slowly changing magnitude depending similarly to the stable part of capitalists' consumption on past economic, social, and technological 173 developments. This semi-autonomous variable may be considered, at least at the present stage, a slowly changing function of time bt. We thus have A equals 4 plus slash comma, plus pound T5 IO. 7. The equation of dynamics of investment. Denoting the time lag between investment decisions and actual investment by R, we have R, A equals 4 plus R, and thus we may write equation as dash 4 plus T equals slash T plus, nap T plus plus BT. We shall now substitute into this equation profits expressed in terms of investment in accordance with the formula, i.e. PT equals M. We obtain 4 plus RE dash R plus caret MSJIT plus, MN pound SLT. Plus M8A, where A is of the order of the annual increase in the real labor costs associated with old equipment, and Q the relative share of profits in the national income. It is clear that 8 can hardly exceed 5%. We thus arrive at the conclusion that E1 and 181. Taking into consideration the formula, setting the ceiling for YT, we obtain M plus 1A plus YC plus SYT, 1A YQ. Thus the ceiling of the degree of utilization of equipment will to a great extent depend on the ratio, i.e. the higher the relative share of profits in the national income, the lower the impact of the increase in real costs associated with old equipment on the rate of decline of the respective profits. 8. It follows directly. C plus I. 7. 1. QC plus A. Thus the utilization of equipment is considerably affected by the level of Q and pound. The maximum rate of growth of this can be easily illustrated by the following examples. Pound 0-050-050-040-040-040-040. 8. 045 0 to 50 0 to 50. C plus SQ0 to 22 0 to 18 0 to 16. It is clear that certain combinations of Q and pound will result in a chronic underutilization of equipment, which was a frequent phenomenon in developed capitalist economies. Trend and business cycle. 2 concluding remarks. It follows from the above that in our approach the rate of growth at a given time is a phenomenon rooted in past economic, social, and technological developments rather than determined fully by the coefficients of our equations, as is the case with the business cycle. This is, indeed, very different from the approach of purely mechanistic theories, but seems to me much closer to the realities of the process of development. To my mind, future inquiry into the problems of growth should be directed not towards doing without such semi-autonomous magnitudes as AT and bit, but rather towards treating also the coefficients used in our equations as slowly changing variables rooted in past development of the system. 183. Statistical Appendix. Year. Value of fixed capital. Production. Value added minus wages in current values. Book value. At reproduction cost. / at constant prices. 99 IOO 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 1904 137 136 138 124 131 9 degree 9 203 216 198 158 180 I 9 I 4 256 280 240 186 205. Note 2. The ratio of proceeds to prime costs, the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, and the relative share of wages in the value added in U.S. manufacturing discussed in chapters 5 and 6 are based on the U.S. Census of Manufactures. The census underwent considerable changes both in scope and method. In order to assure reasonable comparability over the period considered, the series were linked in the years in which changes occurred. 1899 was chosen as the base year. Changes in the scope of the census took place in that year and in 1914. Since for these 2 years data were available both on the old and the new basis, it was possible to link all the years to the base year 1899. There were also several changes in the method of the census. In 1929, 1931, and 1933 the so-called work and shop supplies were included in the value added. 184. Statistical Appendix. Rather than in the cost of materials as was the case in other years. This item, according to the census of 1904, where it is shown separately, amounted to about 0 to 9% of the cost of materials. In order to allow approximately for this change, costs of materials in 1929, 1931, and 1933 were accordingly reduced and the value added was increased. Prior to 1931 the tax on tobacco manufactures was included in the value added, while from 1931 onwards this item was incorporated in the cost of materials. Since for 1931 both variants were given, it was possible to link 1931 and the subsequent years to the base year *899 PRI or to J935. The cost of work given out was included in the value added, while from 1935 onwards this item was included in the cost of materials. Since for 1935 both variants were given, it was possible to link 1935 and the subsequent years to the base year 1899. The figures obtained as a result of the above adjustments are given for selected years in the following table. Year. Ratio of proceeds to prime costs. Ratio of materials bill to wage bill. Relative share of wages in value added. 1879 122 to 5 382 47 to 8 1889 I 3 1 foot 7 inches 291 44 to 6 carat 99 I 333 337 40 to 7 J9 J4 131 to 6 370 40 to 2 I 923 133 to 0 329 4 I 3 asterisk 929 39 to 4 346 36 to 293 I 143 to 33 H 35 to 7 933 142 to 833 I35 0 1935 136 to 6 340 937 to 9 1937 136 to 3 338 38 to 6. Note 3. The series of the ratio of proceeds to prime costs in U.S. manufacturing, assuming stable industrial composition, was calculated by using a chain system. For instance, the ratio of proceeds to prime costs in 1889 was calculated on the assumption that the relative shares of major industrial groups in the aggregate proceeds as of 1,879 obtained, this figure divided by 13,185 KSE. The actual ratio of proceeds to prime costs in 1879 gave the link 1889/1879. Then the link 1899/1889 was similarly derived on the assumption that the relative industrial shares as of 1889 obtained, and so on. The year 1899 was chosen as base in the sense that for that year the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs is identical with the actual ratio. The adjusted series could then be built up by means of the links. The series of the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, assuming stable industrial composition of the materials bill, was similarly obtained. 1899 was again chosen as the base year in the above sense. The adjusted series of the relative share of wages in the value added, W, was calculated from the adjusted ratio of proceeds to prime costs, K, and the adjusted ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, J, by means of the formula W. As K is calculated on the assumption of stable industrial composition of the proceeds and J on the assumption of stable industrial composition of the materials bill, W is the relative share of wages on the assumption of stable industrial composition of the value added. The series Kj and W are given in Table 6.1 and 6.3. Note 4. The following indices for the United States during the period 1929 to 41 are given below. The index of the wage bill in manufacturing according to U.S. Department of Commerce Survey of Current Business, which agrees with the census of manufactures for the census years. The index of the wage and salary bill in agriculture, mining, construction, transport, and services according to U.S. Department of Commerce National Income Supplement to Survey of Current Business, 1951. The combined index of these two series is taken to approximate the index of aggregate wages. The weights adopted are 1:1, the wage and salary bills of manufacturing, on the 186. Statistical Appendix. Hand, and of the industries enumerated under on the other hand, were approximately equal in 1929, and it may be assumed that the respective wage bills also did not differ very much. The index of the gross income of the private sector according to the National Income Supplement. Year. Wage bill in manufacturing. Wage and salary bill in agriculture, mining, construction, transport, and services combined index. Gross income of the private sector. I-929 I00 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 1930 80 to 990 to 685 to 786 0 I93 I61 to 474 to 067 to 767 to 6. 93242 to 355 048 to 648 to 3 1933 45 449 to 547 445 feet 3 inches. 934 58 to 455 feet 6 inches 57 054 I. 935 67 to 160 to 563 to 862 to 9. 936 77 feet 7 inches 69 to 673 to 670 to 1J 937 92 to 877 to 184 to 979 feet 7 inches. Note 5. Wages plus salaries and the gross income of the private sector in the United States in the period 1929 to 41 according to the National Income Supplement are given on p. 188. It should be noticed that in the national balance sheet given in the supplement there is a statistical discrepancy between national product derived from the income side and from the expenditure side. The figure of gross income in the second column is derived from income statistics. In order to obtain consistent data, this figure is adjusted for the statistical discrepancy. The adjusted gross income of the private sector is given in the third column. The adjusted wages plus salaries are assumed to be proportionate to the adjusted gross income, and thus the relative share of the former in the latter is not altered by the adjustment. 187 13-2. Year. Private wages and salaries. Gross income adjusted gross of the private income of the sector private sector. Adjusted private wages and salaries. 1929 45 to 290 to 490 to 445 feet 2 inches. 1930 40 to 777 to 877 to 140 to 4 I 93 I 33 to 66 I 62 to 334 to 2930 225 to 343 745 26 to 1933 23 to 740 to 942 to 224 to 4 1934 27 to 449 feet 0 inches 49 feet 8 inches 27 9 1934 3 56 to 956 to 529 to 8 greater than 936 33 968 to 464 to 234 feet 3 inches 937 38 to 472 to 17 I 37 9 1938 34 to 665 to 064 to 934 feet 5 inches 939 37 to 570 to 168 to 836 to 8 1944 179 to 077 feet 4 inches 40 to 3 1941 5 I 5 100 asterisk 298 to 650 to 7. Note 6. The adjusted gross income of the private sector is deflated below by the index implicit in the deflation of the gross product of the private sector. Price index implicit in adjusted gross income of the deflation of private sector gross product of the private sector at J939 prices. 1929 122 90 to 474 to 1. 1930 117 77 asterisk 165 feet 9 inches I 93 I 105 62 to 359 feet 3 inches 1932 94 45 48 to 0933 90 42 to 246 to 9 greater than 934 96 49 to 851 to 9 935 98 56 to 557 feet 5 inches 936 98 64 to 265 to 5 1937 103 71 to 169 to 0 1938 IOI 64 to 964 to 3 939 IOO 68 to 868 to 8 1940 102 77 475 feet 9 inches I 94 I 10 98 to 689 to 6 188. Statistical Appendix B. Notes to Chapter 7F. Note 7. Adjusted profits before and after taxes in current and $939 for the period 1929 to 40 are given below. Adjusted profits before taxes in current dollars are obtained as the difference of the adjusted gross income of the private sector and adjusted private wages and salaries as given in Note 5. Adjusted profits after taxes are obtained by deducting all direct taxes, both corporate and personal. Finally, adjusted profits before and after taxes are deflated by the price index implicit in the deflation of the gross product of the private sector as given in Note 6. Year. Adjusted profits before taxes after taxes before taxes L. After taxes. 1. 929 45 feet 2 inches 41 to 237 to 033 to 7, 930 36 to 733 feet 4 inches 31 to 428 to 5 I 93 I 28 to 125 to 726 to 724 to 5 1932 19 to 017 to 230 to 218 to 3, 933 17 to 815 to 819 to 817 to 6 934 21 to 919 to 622 to 820 to 4 1935 26 to 723 to 927 to 324 to 4 1936 29 to 926 to 230 to 526 to 8 1937 33 to 228 to 832 to 227 to 9 1938 30 to 426 to 530 to 126 to 2. 930 930 2028 to 132 to 028 to 1 1940 37 I 31 to 636 to 331 to 0. Note 8. The sum of gross private investment, the export surplus, the budget deficit and brokerage fees is given on p. 190. This sum is equal to gross savings plus brokerage fees. The corresponding real values are obtained by using as a deflator the index implicit in the deflation of the gross product of the private sector. T. Source of data used, U.S. Department of Commerce National Income Supplement to Survey of Current Business, 1951. 189. Note G. Correlating the adjusted real profits after and before tax, P, and 7R, as given in Note 7, we obtain the following regression equation, P equals 086n plus 0. 9. The correlation coefficient is equal to 0 to 991. Year. Gross private investment plus export surplus plus budget deficit plus brokerage fees at 1939 prices. 1929 17 to 314 *2. 1930 and 910 2 I 93 I 5 to 855 1932 3 to 0 3 feet 2 inches 933 3 feet 1 inch 3 feet 4 inches 1934 5 to 860 1935 8 to 2 8 to 4 936 114 11 to 6. 937 II 08 1938 9 feet 1 inch 90 1939 12 to 9 12 to 9 1940 16 to 2. 5-9. See notes to Chapter 10. Note 10. The data on the volume of gross investment in fixed capital and the volume of the gross product of the private sector are given below. Fig 10.2, which was used in the discussion of the acceleration principle, is based on these data. Correlating gross investment with gross product and with time, t, we obtain the following regression equation. Investment equals 0 to 306 14-5. Where t is counted in years from the beginning of 1935. In Fig 10.2 there are shown the deviations of both sides of this equation from the mean. Thus fluctuations in gross investment in fixed capital and fluctuations in gross product are compared after they have been reduced to the same amplitude and the intervening trend has been eliminated. 190. Statistical Appendix. Gross investment gross product of in fixed capital the private sector. C. Carrot. Year. 9 to 9. 3 feet 5 inches 81 to 5 1930 10 273 feet 5 inches I 93 I 7 I 67 to 7 932 4 to 0 57 feet 4 inches I 933 3 5 56 to 5 R 934 4 feet 4 inches 62 to 0 935 5 to 8 67 to 6 936 T 976 to 4 937 9 feet 3 inches 80 to 9 938 7 to 276 to 4 939 9 feet 5 inches 83 to 7 I 94 degrees 1 1 foot 4 inches 92 to 1 R9